will start momentarily. As soon as I am done sharing this out. And just a forewarning, I am going to have to be very quiet because I decide to stream at really weird times where the people who live in the rooms next to me are still asleep. But I am really close to the microphone, so hopefully you will be able to hear me just fine. Wait a minute. Something is off here. There we go. Now I believe everything is right in the world. So, let's get started with this. Hey, welcome to the Vomitorium channel. I am the Metal, and we are going to pick back up with Honkai Star Rail where we left off. We had just started Aventurine's first PvP. I remember I did set up kind of a little makeshift team for him. It probably won't go very well, but these guys are somewhat sort of built, and the story mode is honestly really easy, so hey, let's just hope it's all fine.
Hey, you two! That's a place of business. No entry.
I was requested by Mr. Sunday to bring him the suspect. My name is Ratio. He should have mentioned it to you.
Oh, I remember you. Veritas Ratio. Your punch virtual particle clock is impressive.
Punch virtual particle clock. I don't know what that is.
The one on your head. Of course, it's nothing compared to my full pocket dimensional annihilating power armor of the Mobile Knights.
Right.
That's right. The Pepeshi people are like insane and see things other people cannot see.
Doesn't exist.
That's because you can't see it. Like I say, only family can see the glory of the Mobile Knights. Enough. Get going. Don't keep Mr. Sunday waiting.
It seems like the idiocy index here is no better than it is out there.
I like that term, idiocy index. I might start using it.
A dead end?
The door is shut tight. Looks like we're on our own.
I mean, there isn't a door. How did you get in before?
For security reasons, the family built the administrative site deep in the dreamscape, with the mechanisms hidden in these Nightingale statues. The direction of the statues can be controlled.
I remember this, yeah, we have to turn it around to see which directions match the diagram they give us.
Statues in the correct positions.
Well, maybe we should do the same. Let's go and take a look. Of course, we can also use brute force.
We could. If only I remembered which way you're supposed to turn, because I think really I think it's just this one might be the only one that needs to be turned. I don't remember which way it needs to be turned. Whatever, we'll just go in here. Or, Yeah, whatever. I'd be mad if all I had to do was turn it one more time. But I think there's probably goodies in here anyway.
This is hardly enough for a seat at the table.
Goodies, yes. We go for goodies. Always go for goodies.
Feeling lucky.
Hmm.
For the theater of the mediocre.
This was the most functional follow-up team I could make on this account. So let's see how it goes. Am I still on auto? I don't want to be on auto.
Need I teach someone a lesson? Answer me. Mediocre.
Watch your head.
Oh, that's right. If Clara just keeps getting hit, we should be proccing this all the time. So that should be fun. Of course, you automatically want to go for her. Clara is definitely a much better built character than Ratio is right now. Yeah, why not?
I want to protect everyone.
Keep that aggro up. And we have Sparkle, so we can throw skill points to the wind if we really want to.
Watch your head.
Okay, I like this a lot more than I thought I would.
Let's play for a while.
Your answers? Answer me.
Hmm.
Hide. Stay back, Clara.
Ow!
The dice have been cast.
He took a lot more damage than I thought he was going to.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Got the defense? A test. 0 points. Knowledge, the measure of truth. And
We do no damage to this guy.
I'll play along.
free.
Watch your head.
0 points.
Ratio is not built at all. No! Maybe I'll throw somebody else in his spot. Just go full Clara. That sounds like a good idea. Yeah, let's just put all our damage on Clara.
Baby, let's play. Can you find the answer?
I'm
I
asking
want to
questions.
protect everyone.
It's probably better than actually buffing up Ratio.
Answer me. Free.
Ratio is just going to be here to break.
Spend freely.
I'll go easy. I'm not afraid of you.
Eliminating front. A test.
Part of it is he's got no crit, so that's the issue. I can't actually build this guy.
Hedge your bets.
Okay, yeah.
Stay back, Clara.
Watch your head.
That's the issue, is Clara's not going to be able to break him at all.
Dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
We're just gonna have to slowly whittle him down.
I hit the mark.
SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Ah,
0 points.
Let's play for a while. Feeling spiffy? I need to be brave.
Oh, I thought that would be enough.
I want to protect everyone. Tell me, Mr. Sora.
Your answers?
sure, I'll play along. It's on me.
I'll go easy this time. Let's play. Can you find the answer?
I think the issue too is that Ratio's just rocking a quantum set, which should be getting some bonus damage just because he's quantum weak, so I have the defense shred. But that's because I didn't have anything else to put on him, and I've been trying to farm that the Pioneer set, but man, am I not getting anything good.
I'm asking questions.
Watch your head.
Let's play for a while. Feeling spiffy?
Answer me. 0 points.
I'm not afraid of you.
I hate this dinosaur.
Watch your head. The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it off. Oh. I hit the mark.
I feel like most of our damage right now is actually coming from Aventurine, and that's kind of sad.
Ah,
Your answers? Test. SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
I'll go.
But we are removing him from this team immediately.
Hide. 0 points.
I want to protect everyone. Tell me, Mr. Sora.
I'm asking questions.
hedge your bets.
Feeling spiffy? I need to be brave. Can you find the answer?
Annihilate. Your answers? Answer me.
Yeah, you need shields back or you'll die immediately.
Watch your head.
Test. 0 points.
I'm not afraid.
Eliminating threat.
It's on me.
Stay back, Clara.
Oh. The dice have been bust. Or maybe I'll take it off.
Stay back, Clara.
Watch your head.
Got the defense. SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Let's play for a while. Feeling spiffy?
Hide.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Zero points.
I'll go easy this time. Let's play. Can you find the answer?
Annihilate. Answer me.
You know, Herta might be actually built better than Ratio. That might be a better thing to run.
Let's play for a while.
We'll consider that.
Feeling spiffy? I need to be brave.
Hide.
Ow.
Watch your head. Oh. The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sora. Did that hurt?
Hmm.
I'm not afraid of you.
SAS knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Hedge your bets.
I need to be brave. Can you find the answer?
Hide. 0 points. Answer me.
Watch your head.
Okay, Sparkle can stay, Clara can stay, Ratio, you gotta go. You gotta go. Who can I put in your place? I guess I don't need a follow-up because I'll have Clara, which will proc plenty of those. I could just put somebody strong like Jing Liu or something, maybe. But I don't have any... No, I don't want to put Jing Liu on the same team. I'll have no heals. That would be stupid. See, Herda, are you built? But you really only get it that one time. Is there anybody who could just constantly proc follow-ups? No, you're not really that built either. Look how awful Ratio is. It's got nothing. Absolutely nothing. Kafka does follow-up, but she would only literally be proccing her own lightning. March? Okay, what if we did this? What if we just stole some relics from somebody? Anything that's got like crit rate on there and defense would be great. Crit damage. Okay. Take. So what is Jeopard's head? His doesn't have crit rate either. You have crit rate, possibly. Yeah, we'll take that. Crit rate, crit damage. It's not bad. Yeah. Here we go. What? You have nothing. Don't need the damage up either, but... So the lightning boost doesn't really matter, but just having bonus follow-up would be pretty nice. It's actually the one time I wish I had a defense thing of this. Okay. You know what? I'll just put this follow-up as set on. Because it has crit rate and crit damage between them. And they're level 15. I think that's fine. We'll enhance. See if we get lucky on something. Oh my god. Gave me crit rate. Okay. This is so stupid, but we're doing it. It'd be even dumber if it gave me either defense or crit damage. Attack. You know what? Fine. We'll take it. Whatever. I don't care. This is our stupid temporary March build. That may or may not crit sometimes. But she'll proc a lot of Aventurine's little... So we'll go with that. Do we have the one that we do have it, but it's not leveled, like, at all. We probably don't have anything to level it. Like, we could probably ascend it once, and that's gonna be it. But it's not like the thing she has on is particularly strong anyway, so I guess... I guess we can just let it do what it does. Oh, the minus over and over. Yeah, we have none of these. So it'll definitely be down in stats. But we're gonna have Adventuring Shield, so it doesn't matter. Okay. We'll just do this for the, bonus damage. There we go. Gonna be very... Oh, no, sorry. I meant to switch. Gonna be very weak off damage March 7th. Oh my god, she's only level 60 as well. Whoa, 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 whoa. March, why are you only level 60? Okay, it doesn't matter. We're just gonna not let her take any damage. She'll put her own shield on herself if she has to.
This is too precious.
We're just gonna have Aventurine's gonna be doing all the damage. And Clara. There we go. Stupid builds. Shepard can have all that stuff back later. Yeah. Oh, it's back here.
Feeling lucky.
Try that again. You can't run.
I mean, it'll be 2 follow-up attacks per turn from March, so let's just stack Aventurine stuff. I think that's what we'll do. Mm-hmm.
Spiffy? I'm not afraid of you.
Hide.
Told you I wanted to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Tara.
It's a really, really stupid comp. Especially if I freeze people like this, then Clara doesn't get to go.
I hit the mark.
But I guess that's fine.
Let's play for a while.
Let's just make Clara do raw damage.
Annihilate. Mission command.
Try that again.
Watch your head.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Tara.
Oh yeah, this is stupid. I love it.
Dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
You can't run.
Oh,
It's functional. Okay, we'll do. We'll do. Oh frick. Oh no. What the heck? What is that? Text? I don't want text. How did that get up there?
Try that again. You can't run.
hedge your bets.
You're spiffy? I need to be brave. Let's play. Can you find the answer?
Hide.
Told you I could fight.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. I like this.
The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it off. Oh.
Like, this is so functional for just proccing things. I almost want to try to keep pulling on him on this account, just for pure fiction. It'd be a stupid idea, though. Let's restock.
Feeling lucky.
Gotta try hard sometimes.
Let's see if we can get him in between transformations. He did. Oh, he still gets to transform anyway? Well, at least I know that now.
Told you I could bite.
No dirty
Try that
tricks.
again. Did that hurt? Feeling spiffy?
I want to protect everyone.
Oh, Mr. Sora. My turn.
Okay, that's kind of dumb. I don't know.
You can't run. Did that hurt?
Okay, this is the direction we're going. Nothing else over here? Make sure I just didn't miss anything. Okay.
Six nightingales facing in different directions. An obvious hint.
But are these nightingales?
They are. What's wrong?
How can nightingales be so huge? They look more like torment eagles to me.
There are no eagles in the five families, only nightingales. Why am I wasting time with you on this?
Okay, so we have a note now. So the one I turned is actually in the right direction, I think. In fact, I think that side is right. It's this side that needs to be changed. So we got to turn this guy clockwise. Okay, yeah, this side's fine. And this guy at the very end... It's hard for me to make out which ways he's facing. Is he facing towards? Let's see. God, why is that so small? I think it's the only one that's the wrong direction, right? Or no, this one needs to be facing forward. I still haven't done this. Okay. Forward, right, left, left, forward. And I can't really tell which way that's facing in this picture. It's too small for me. But I guess we could keep turning it until something clicks.
Just as I thought. Here's the correct answer.
A truly miraculous discovery. Perhaps I should offer you the chance to join the Genius Society.
Really? Well, I thought you'd given up on that already.
I was being sarcastic. Can't you tell?
Ugh.
Oh, impressive. So much for Mr. Sunday's reserved, virtuous image.
Do you need me to remind you? We're in a dreamscape. No matter how grand the mansion looks, it'll not affect Penacony. Stop wasting your time nitpicking the family here.
Yeah, you're right. The only way to destroy the family is death. Sunday must have thought the same. Let's head down.
Well, we need to go both ways. For different reasons. Oh, actually we have to go all the way around. That's right. That's blocked this time.
Feeling lucky.
You can't run!
Stay back, Clara. The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it off. Watch your head.
Ouch, ouch, ouch. Try that again.
I hit the mark.
Let's play. Can you find the answer?
Ah.
I'm not afraid of you.
Annihilate.
Let's play for a while. Feeling spiffy?
Hide.
My turn. I need to be brave.
Annihilate.
You can't run.
I hit the mark. Ah.
Nice. Haha. This is a really stupid comp. They say, when in Rome, do nothing but follow-up attacks. Ooh, puzzle. Mm-hmm. Easy peasy.
A reward with no risk? I'll take it.
What's down here? Oh. I think they're gonna try to jump me the second I go on the other side of this door, so. Let's go.
Try that again. I want to protect everyone. Holiness Sora.
It should come back. Watch your head.
Did that hurt? Feeling spiffy?
Hide.
Hedge your bets.
My turn.
The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Let's play for a while. I'm not afraid of you.
Annihilate.
Okay.
Let you find the answer. Gotta try hard sometimes. Watch this awesome move.
Sure, I'll play along.
Oh, I did not know it was going to turn into that. Let's refresh this.
Feeling spiffy?
Hide.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora. Tough luck running into me.
Yeah, I think we just want to hit this guy as much as possible.
Are you all right?
Try that again.
They should come back.
You can't run.
Stay back, Clara.
Yeah, that guy just killed himself.
Hedge your bets.
I'll go easy this time.
The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
I think there's another guy right behind me, though, right? Yep, there's another one.
You can't run.
Ow.
Sure, I'll play along. Spend freely.
I need to be brave.
Annihilate.
Feeling spiffy? My turn.
Oh, I thought that was going to be enough. Okay.
Try hard. Watch this awesome move.
I need to get like an energy regen rope or something on her.
Index lowered. Hide.
I want to protect everyone. Tell me, Mr. Sora.
Hedge your bets.
Let's play for a while. Can you find the answer?
Annihilate.
Oh, she doesn't have a shield on. That's
Sure, I'll
fine.
play along.
Feeling spiffy?
Hedge your bets. It's on me. The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
Are you all right?
I'm okay. Try that again. I want to protect everyone. Tell me, Mr. Sora.
They should come back.
You can't run.
Oh,
Are you all right?
I'm okay. Told you I could fight.
Target threat index low. Hide.
Okay. Now we get this.
this is hardly enough for a seat at the table.
God, I hate these stupid little birds. It's like, I don't think they're trapped or anything. They're just jerks and hiding on their own. They could go back anytime they want. Let's see what's on this other side. Like a... Yeah, another bird. For some reason I was thinking there'd be a trash can there. Nope. What do you got? Corner piece. Easy.
No surprising win. Feeling lucky.
Try that again.
Watch your head.
I'm okay. You can't run. I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
No dirty tricks.
Did that hurt? Feeling spiffy?
I'm always feeling spiffy.
Tough luck running into me.
It's on me.
Try that again.
All
Nice.
That, you can't run. Did that hurt? Don't.
Wonder if his auto will just end up doing more.
Let's
Or his basic.
answer.
Yeah, probably. Okay. Because they built him and he has a lot of damage.
Watch your head. The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
So definitely on single targets, I should make sure to advance him forward.
Spend freely.
Feeling spiffy?
I think a multi-target though, Claire is probably still the better choice.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora. I'm okay. Try that again.
No dirty tricks, alright? All in.
Oh yeah. Wait, was there something at the end? Yes, there was.
A reward with no risk? I'll take it.
Thought I heard a bird. Unless I'm hearing the ones from down there up here, but... Normally you only hear them when you're close. I don't know, I'll come back later. This is another one of those big puzzle rooms. Do I feel like doing this right now? Do I have to do this? I think I actually do end up having to do it. Yeah, I need that thing. Okay. I don't know if I can get that thing yet, though. Can I? I think I have to wait until they tell me to. Let me go talk to the thing. They'll send me up here anyway.
Hold on.
Huh? What's wrong? Are we heading the wrong way?
No, but this door is locked.
My friend? Did you really make an appointment with him?
It's a trial. You got to prove your worth to Sunday before you can speak with him. If I'm not wrong, we need
This makes it sound even more like a mafia. Every minute.
Will be our prison.
Oh, an escape room. My favorite.
Get serious. I've no time for games. Let's head back. The hint is probably in that prominent sandpit.
Wow. That's an enormous sandpit. I'd love to build a tall building for myself. Once I have enough savings. Oh, look. There's a noticeable gap in the model. I believe you're right.
There wasn't a gap before. That man must have done it intentionally.
Well, with your brilliant mind, you shouldn't have any trouble recalling what was here last time. Right, Doctor?
Of course. Let's look around. When I see it, I will know it.
Fine. Fine.
It's a bold assumption. I mean, he might have tremendous recall, but
Burglary now?
intelligence and recall are two completely different aspects. Intelligence is more problem solving, like pattern recognition. They definitely go hand in hand together, though. If you're both intelligent and have good recall, you're probably going to be better off than most people.
You can't run!
High stakes, high rewards. Spend freely.
Feeling spiffy? Tough luck running into me!
Hedge your bets. The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
Nice.
Did that hurt?
Sure, I'll play along. No dirty tricks.
Should still be dead anyway, right? Yeah.
Feeling lucky.
You just start off with this.
Let's play. Can you find the answer?
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Hedge your bets. It's on me.
Yeah, boosting her's not going to do anything, though.
Feeling spiffy? My turn! Try that again!
I actually really hate these crystal things. just because, like, it's hard to damage them unless you actually break their, like, toughness bar first. I guess it is an interesting mechanic, because I know they're trying to build up break as, like, a really big thing.
Target threat index annihilate.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Mission command.
Try that again. You can't run.
Watch your head. I hit the mark.
I wish I had more Eidolons on March, though.
Did that hurt?
I think it's like your E4 lets you go 3 times per turn instead of just 2.
I hit the mark.
Hide.
Let's play for a while.
Eliminating threat.
I want to protect everyone too. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Mission command.
Try that again.
Mission command. Are you all right?
I hit the dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
I'll go easy this time. Feeling spiffy? Not afraid.
Annihilate.
Okay, first things first, we're going to activate this bridge over here, which will allow us to reset this. Then I guess we'll do this puzzle. No we won't. This puzzle piece is immediately going to fly away from us.
Feeling lucky.
At least these fights are fun because of the amount of follow-up attacks we get to do.
Tricks.
Try that again. You can't run.
Watch your head.
Let's play for a while.
Let's see. What if, for some reason, March crits and this actually becomes fun?
Find the answer. Gotta try hard to watch this awesome move.
Nope. One can always dream, right?
I need to be brave.
Hide.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Spend freely.
I'll go easy this time. Feeling spiffy? Not afraid.
Annihilate.
Hedge your bets.
Ow.
The dice have been cast.
That was good.
Or maybe I'll take it all.
Try that again.
Mission command.
I don't like how their toughness bar regenerates when they transform into whatever they're gonna be. That feels cheap.
It's on me.
Yeah, we'll get him to go again. Since he does the most damage. Get rid of you.
Hide.
Sure, I'll play along.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora. Did that hurt? Feeling spiffy?
Hedge your bets. The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
You can't run! You're annoying!
Mission command. Are you alright?
I'm okay!
I hit the mark. Spend freely.
Someone running into me! Can you find the answer?
I hit the mark.
I need to be brave!
Annihilate.
Feeling spiffy? I'm not
Hide.
Oh, there's guys over here too.
I want to protect everyone. Tell me, Mr. Sora.
You will wait till they transform first.
Gotta try hard sometime. Watch this.
Then we'll hit everybody with the ice.
You can't run!
Mission command.
I hit the mark. It's on me. The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Oh.
Told you I could fight. I need to be brave.
Annihilate.
Hedge your bets. No dirty
Try that
tricks,
again.
right?
Mission command. Are you alright?
I'm okay. You can't run. Feeling spiffy?
Sure, I'll play along. Watch your head.
Stay back, Clara.
Told you I could fight. I'm not afraid of you.
Hide.
You can't run.
Oh,
Gotta try hard watch this awesome move.
I hit the mark. The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Let's play. Can you find the answer?
I don't really care about the other ones. I just want to get rid of these tanky guys first.
Annihilate.
Go away! I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora! Feeling spiffy?
Hedge your bets.
Mission command.
You can't run!
Watch your head.
Oh,
Mission command.
told you I could fight.
No dirty
Try that
tricks.
again. I need to be brave.
Hide.
maybe I'll take it all.
Gotta try hard. Watch this awesome move. Try that again.
Stay back, Clara.
Watch your head. I hit the mark. It's on me.
Let's play for a while.
Hmm.
Feeling spiffy? Tough luck running into me. I'm not afraid of you.
Annihilate.
I want to protect everyone. Tell me, Mr. Sora.
Mission command.
You can't run.
This is gonna take a while.
Try that again. Don't. Let's play. Can you find the answer?
It's these chunky guys. I just hate these chunky guys.
Watch your head. The dice have been cast.
See, if I kill this fish, it might solve some of my problems.
Or maybe I'll take it all.
Oh, that wasn't enough to kill him. I was hoping it'd explode on everybody, give them the vulnerability stack.
Stay back, Clara.
You can't run. Try that again.
Target threat index lowered. Hide.
As much as I like this, and all the follow-ups that happen, just not doing enough damage, because these guys have no items. I seriously might just switch out for Jigglypuff, and just let her kill everything and take the fun out of it.
Are you all right?
But the problem with Jigglypuff is that she'll just eat everybody's health.
I want to protect everyone.
That's why I wasn't doing that before. Who else? Who else? I guess I could just take everyone out, except for, obviously, Adventurous to stay there, and just cheese with Acheron. That would speed things up.
Try that again.
I hit the mark.
This isn't so bad once it actually starts working, but it's too reliant on crits actually happening on low crit characters.
Don't. I need to be.
Annihilate.
My turn.
The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Okay, let's see. What do we got instead? You would just eat all the health. Nobody else on this account is really built. Yeah, I guess what we're going to end up doing is getting rid of all 3 of these people. And we're just going to end up doing this. I mean, I guess I probably could still leave Sparkle on there. That wouldn't be the end of the world. I still get enough damage if I only have 1. Yeah, okay. We'll just do this instead. This should speed things up a lot. Then I guess now I can skip most of the fights. There's always that.
Fortune follows luck, just like it always does. Huh. And the nameplate reads Gulliver's Arch. Well, I'm amazed you can remember something this tiny. You
That's
know,
actually
this
pretty
reminds me of a
big.
tunnel I once saw that could shrink people who pass through it.
If I were you, I would shut my mouth. It's wise to remain silent when you should.
Oh, we teleported back. Okay. On the other side. I guess it's something. Insert the
This reminds me
arch.
of one of those building toys. You know, with the blocks. I've never played with them before. I wonder if it's more interesting than stacking chips. Oh, look. The gap is closed. And it fits perfectly. So, what's next?
We go inside and explore this little sand pit. That's what's next.
Oh, good heavens. Did I shrink? Am I still in a dream?
I mean, where else but a dream would you expect to shrink?
Oh, Doctor, you're huge. It's me! Down here! In the sand pit! Oh, actually, I think we could make this work for us. Just find a way to slip me into Sunday's collar, and I'll infiltrate the family just like that. Oh, fine. Just kidding. Let's find a way to open the door.
I think there's still plenty of things to fight down here. In fact, I think there's actually like a stagnant shadow or something down here that we need. Hmm.
Stream 4.
No, I just went in the whole circle. Let's see. Edge pieces. There is another chest. There is the picture that we need. Let's get these things flying already.
Hello! Welcome to the Golden Hour base model. I am an Oak Soldier. I will be here to guide you through the tour of the base model. Happy to be of service.
And tell me about the tour.
Hello! Welcome to the Golden Hour base model. I am
Broken
the
as
Soldier.
fuck.
I will be here to guide you through the tour of the base model.
Yeah, let's just give it a kick.
Happy to be of service. Generating guide. Please wait patient.
I'm losing my patience.
Found the nearest check-in spot. Please look behind me. A capsule machine model.
After screaming, the soldier collapses. He didn't have time to earn a 5-star rating from you.
What's up with that?
I wasn't
Now
gonna
the
give him one
family's
either.
toys are trying to frame me? I didn't do a thing to it, Doc. You've got to be my witness. Oh, capsule machine. There's no mechanism on the floor. Could there be one at the top? Doctor, do me a favor. So,
Yay, gotcha.
I was right. These models have interiors that look exactly like the real buildings. The only difference is that no one lives in them. Funny that Sunday puts a miniature that makes him seem like a giant by comparison, right where he can see it first thing in the morning. Insecure much?
Possibly, but they do say base model. This could actually just be how they designed it in the first place. A lot of architects use models like this to design buildings and cities. Oh, I didn't pick it up. Let's see. Probably some other things over here that I didn't pick up yet. I don't want all my goodies. Yep, like there's a chest.
Stream 4. Stream 4. Gleamfold blades.
Once again, we're at the entrance. Just went a full circle. Look around here. Oh, there's a puzzle over there and I missed it. Okay. I must have just zoomed by really, really fast. Like, I know there's like a stagnant shadow or something here. I guess it probably just doesn't open up until you're done, right? Since in different POVs you have to unlock teleports and everything all over again. Yeah, we connect that. Oh, there we go. TikTok. Picking up a lot of achievements. Okay, I guess it's on the other side of here. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, you're so tiny. I think this corridor back here is where the shadow will be.
Oh, one of the fragments flew upstairs. I'll need to use the pinball machine to flick myself up there. But it's tough. Oh, great. There's another pinball machine base here. And it's empty too.
Morning, Ironbrick.
Doc! I'll need your brain power again.
There's no need to yell. I can hear you. The pinball machine must be hidden somewhere in the hall. Like the arch. Wait here, and I'll be back in a minute.
And switching over to the POV of Dr. Ratio. I remember where that pinball machine was. Oh yes, I'm inside the sand pit. That's like the smaller model of Golden Hour. With luck, I will have already cleared the area that I needed to. Because I think I already ran down here. I did, yes.
That's it. Pleasant moments of solitude are always fleeting.
I would feel sorry for Ratio because he has to deal with so many idiots, but also at the same time, he is so pretentious that I don't care.
Just place it here. Thank you. Thanks, Doc.
Okay.
Oh, Ratio, you should come in here and take a look. The view here is breathtaking. Honestly, you could easily squash me with just a pinch.
If that is your wish, I will do so without a moment's hesitation.
Let's get this first. I know there's some fun stuff back there if we take the other pinball machine.
Piece of cake.
Okay. There's two different ways we can go, and I think do we have to go both? I think we can just go one. We want to get to this back one. That's where I want to go first. Let's see, which way do I want to go? This will bounce here, here, and that leads to that. I think we want to activate this one. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if we have to go to both. Okay, yes, this is where the elite mob is. He's weak to lightning. Actually, he's weak to everything on this team. This wouldn't be the worst. Let's get our buffs set up first.
Watch this.
Especially with how weakly built this account is.
Stream 4.
This might take a while. Should still be faster than when I was trying to do this really stupid follow-up comp earlier, though.
Let's play hide and seek. Can you find the answer?
This is where it ends. Destined for oblivion.
Sure, I'll play along. It's on me.
I'll go easy this time. Feeling spiffy?
How familiar. Good times. Time to say bye. Boom. Another journey begins. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Oh, they didn't even break him.
I hit the mark.
Stand still.
Watch your head.
Free will, or was it destined for oblivion? Say bye to breathing.
No dirty tricks.
Another journey begins. In the still waters of oblivion.
Hedge your
I think
bets.
we're mostly going to be relying on
Relax.
The dice have
the
been
follow-up
cast.
and Akron herself to try to proc her ult.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Let's play for a while.
Yeah, we want to advance her forward first before popping it.
May as well kill them all.
Actually, what I would like to do is break his shield.
Say bye.
Then we can go.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Stand still.
I hit the mark.
It's better than nothing.
Free will, or was
Play.
it
Can you find the answer?
destined for oblivion? Say bye to breathing.
Cool. It was way faster than I was trying to do something stupid with Clara and March.
Piece of cake.
Didn't even notice that there. Okay, time for the other side. Okay, yes, there's a reset button. Here.
Stream 4. The Gleam Pool.
I would say it's all useless, but jade is jade. Oh, I almost forgot this treasure. I heard it just as I was running past it. My brother plays this game on his phone, often muted, and like, don't you miss treasure chests because you don't hear them? And he's blind too, so like, I can't imagine he sees everything on his phone. Not totally blind, but he definitely needs glasses and he doesn't have any.
And the joyous tour of Toy City has come to an end. Makes me feel sad. Penacony isn't all bad, right? I'll use this interesting experience as a talking point at the poker table.
Yeah, I guess if you ever make it back to a poker table. I know there's another bird in here, but that is one to get later. The huge one on the roof.
It's a pity you made it out of the sandpit alive. Sunday is just beyond this door. From my limited understanding, he's not someone easily handled.
Wonder if he was like watching us have all those little miniature battles in the sandpit.
Yeah. Only I believe he's the one who should be prepared to face me.
Tell me about your plan.
I don't have a plan. I'll just play it by ear. There are only two kinds of bargaining chips when dealing with people. Benefit or fear.
Looks like sincerity.
So
isn't
character
in your
stick. Okay,
dictionary.
got it.
Am I not sincere enough? There's no need to emphasize it. We've got to make good use of death. That man's sister is dead. He won't be able to turn a blind eye, and that's fear. And I'll help him find the murderer. He can't do it due to his status and position, but I can. And that's benefit.
On what basis do you believe he's incapable, necessitating the delegation to someone from a rival faction? The IPC.
Simple. Because that murderer could very well be a traitor hiding inside the family.
Do you mean the Galaxy Ranger whom you accused previously?
That was just an excuse, good doctor. There's something wrong with that woman, and we need someone who can keep her in check. It's better to minimize the variables outside our control while we execute our plans.
It's fair.
Moreover, I need to know her identity. If I'm lucky. She could be an important pawn. And it's good to have more helpful friends when dealing with this matter. But honestly, the murder case is likely unrelated to her. I believe my standpoint. There's a rat in the family. Otherwise, why would Mr. Sunday arrange a private meeting with us? This isn't an interrogation, but a secret negotiation. We'll see. Using Robin's death as a bargaining chip, I'll win back my freedom and power. In the end, I'll ruin this beautiful dream and create the grandest death. If the chance of winning is
But the funny
just
thing
beyond
is,
this
as
door,
far as we know with the way the dream's
then
degrading,
chance is close to zero.
eventually it's going to happen anyway. He's just, like, speeding it
You
up.
can't win if you don't play, right?
Ah, the charming audacity. To think that you, of all people, might emerge victorious, dear gambler.
3 chips are enough. All or nothing.
So one thing I like about the character designs in this game is they put so much detail into every single character's eyes.
It seems my puzzles
Hi,
are
Clara.
too
You were
effortless.
gambling today. Gambling's fun.
IPC ambassador.
As long as you don't have an addiction.
I appreciate your words.
Then it's probably not fun.
And I see you put a lot of effort into welcoming me.
You got a
Mr.
1 in
Sunday.
30 million chance of happening. Whew.
However, this is no way to greet a guest.
Well, this isn't an invitation, but a summoning. Before we speak, I need to test your character. I imagine this knowledgeable doctor friend of yours has been of great help, yes?
Certainly. You ought to know this better than I do.
Kind of wondering what this 1 in 30 million thing is.
Hasn't he?
Feel free to share.
Yes, the doctor has assured me of your noble character. He considers you, like himself, a virtuous person who can be trusted by the family. I have come to know you very well as a person, Mr. Aventurine. You're diligent, generous, and willing to cooperate. The fact that you succeeded in overcoming many obstacles just to meet me gave me the reason to believe in your wisdom and courage. But there's one thing I must ask you.
Gambled for 14 days non-stop.
You've used your wisdom at the wrong place to meet the wrong person and put yourself in a situation where you shouldn't be, witnessing a tragedy that shouldn't have happened.
You don't look too well. Am I making you anxious? If not, then it means I'm on your side.
If I wasn't mistaken, you'd just made a serious accusation against the family.
No, you weren't mistaken. For depravity is creeping in around you. There's no need for us to be evasive. Let's talk about your sister. Your sister's talent is unrivaled in the world of show business. As you know, her voice has been out of tune since she returned to Penacony. What's more disheartening, she can't sing anymore. Who could be responsible for this? Many suspect the culprit is among the outsiders, but I know you hold a different opinion. Now your noble status has become a shackle, preventing you from apprehending the murderer and avenging your sister's death. You're feeling anxious because you're out on a limb. But don't worry.
And every time I see him or Robin, I don't know, I feel like their head is just going to leave their body and start flying away because of those wings on there.
So selfless and generous. I believe you wouldn't ask for anything in return, would you?
Well, naturally, you wouldn't incur any loss from this. I just want to reclaim what is mine. My liberty and the personal items under the family's custody, the bag of gift money, and...
The box in which...
See, and Brick, you're looking to put a small amount of licorice root into your next batch of applesauce.
Cornerstone. I've heard it's a treasured
I like
asset of
licorice.
strategic
That
investment
actually...
department.
I'm curious how that'll come out, too. Make sure you let me know.
Granting significant power, and every liquidation specialist holds one. For an object so precious, it probably comes at an even higher price than other forms of recompense.
Well, I'm sure you're aware of the high level of risk I'll be undertaking to bring the truth to light.
Mr. Aventurine, when you're out and about, do you always make adjustments to your appearance? Your tie should be on the center line. Your shirt must not protrude from your vest. Your trouser creases should be perfectly straight and always aligned with the tips of your shoes.
That sounds boring.
Of course. But I don't, because it's not appropriate to do so in public. You should make sure everything is presentable and in order before leaving the house. I'm not the kind that takes risks. The cornerstone must be in the custody of the family.
No room for negotiation?
Please, don't let me turn you down twice.
Sure. The gift money is good enough. I suppose you wouldn't mind that. After all, a merchant can't function without a bargaining chip.
You compromised quicker than I thought. Unfortunately, it's a gambler that needs a bargaining chip, not a merchant. I can give you your gift money, but before...
Black licorice. I like black licorice too. I definitely agree that is definitely one of the best treats on the planet.
The fact that you can decisively...
But I'll even settle for things that just manage to capture the flavor close enough. Like if you get me some black licorice jelly beans or something, I'm content for a while.
Oh, triple-faced soul, please sear his tongue and palms with a hot iron, so that he will not be able to fabricate lies and make false vows.
It's also like real black licorice is something you need to eat very sparingly. Like it's a treat you need to save for a special occasion, because it is one of the worst things you could put in your body. And it's fine in small doses. Like if it's just a treat you eat once in a blue moon, but you know, you don't want to eat it all the time.
And if I refuse to answer?
You can try, and we'll see if the harmony rejects you. Question.
But man, is it good.
Yes.
What a simple answer. You, too, understand that idle chatter leads only to poverty. Did you hand over the cornerstone to the family when you entered Penacony?
Yes.
Does the cornerstone you handed over to the family belong to you?
This like harmony emanation is better than an actual lie detector.
Is your cornerstone in this room right now?
Yes.
Is your memory free from any kind of tampering or deletion, encompassing but not restricted to the techniques of the Garden of Recollection?
Because technically you could lie, but it's like they can just immediately tell, and you're in pain.
An Avgin from Sigonia.
Yes. You even know about that?
Do the Avgins have any ability to read, tamper with, or manipulate?
It also looks like we're on an acid trip the whole time.
No. Does it matter?
Do you love your family more than yourself?
Yes.
All the Avgins were killed in a massacre. Am I right?
No.
Are you your clan's sole survivor?
Perhaps.
That's a question he wouldn't actually know the answer to.
Do you hate and wish to destroy this world with your own hands?
I don't know.
Interesting. Now, the final question. Can you swear that at this very moment, the Aventurine Stone is safe and sound in this box?
Of course.
Looks like we can get an answer. Open it, Mr. Aventurine. It's your last chance to defend your honor.
No, he has no honor. What are you talking about? It's completely gone.
please. Are these what you're looking for?
Now those are other cornerstones. If I recall, the other cornerstones, or just all the cornerstones in general, are fragments of Diamond's emanation, because he's an emanator for Klipoth, and it's just like split into 10 different stones. So he can kind of like outsource what he does throughout the IPC, or something like that.
In that case, you ought to realize that a competent scholar knows their position and wouldn't forsake more vital matters for the sake of petty pride.
If you agree to assist the family, I'll share our research findings on the Stellaron. You must be quite aware that, besides the family, no other faction is willing to share such information.
Cut to the chase. What do you need from me?
I need Mr. Aventurine's comprehensive plan.
Haven't you confiscated his cornerstone?
I actually wonder if the naming of Klipoth has anything to do with their plans for the IPC and the preservation going forward. Or if it was simply chosen for the first world of Belobog, because Klipoth is the Eon that they personally kind of like venerate, as just one more reference to Final Fantasy VII, since Urilo 6 is kind of just a reference to Final Fantasy VII, and a Klipoth is like an inverted Sephiroth. Okay. See ya, Clara. Thanks for coming by.
The 10 Stonehearts aren't as united as you think. Cornerstones are significantly more precious to them than their very own lives.
But you know that he's a crazed gambler. The more vocal he is about it, the more cautious I must be.
Because, like, if a Sephiroth is a world tree in the Jewish Kabbalah that reaches up into heaven, the Klipoth is one that goes downward, upside down into the hells.
Senior staff and related members can access it.
Should be interesting if they did more with that. They're usually really good at, like, picking names that coincide with things.
I appreciate it.
They're definitely well-read writers.
Unfortunately, your guess is correct.
The golden stone. Its color and glow are similar to that of Klipoth's body.
This is the very ruse he intends to use to fool you.
Every time you hear Klipoth, you think of Tales of Abyss. I can see that, yeah.
Into the cornerstones, granting them an unparalleled radiance.
It's a good game, I agree.
And this golden statue is also known as Topaz, not Adventurine, and it belongs to Topaz. So, do you wish to confront him?
Not at the moment. I'm more interested to know the location of his cornerstone.
More recently, when I hear Klipoth, I think of Devil May Cry 5, because technically wasn't Virgil, but it was the thing that he became. Ended up making a giant Klipoth that they had to go and scale to get to him.
This bag, mixing a cornerstone, more
It's like half of Virgil.
itself. with a bunch of worthless jewels, disguised as a gift of money waiting to be confiscated, is indeed in line with Mr. Aventurine's style.
Then he makes up some trivial excuse, downplaying the matter, and requests the gift money. This is a gamble, one he's all too familiar with, betting on your single misstep leading to a total loss.
Learned doctor, I am grateful for your help. The family will surely reward a righteous person like you. As for the villain, I hope he retreats in humiliation. It was all thanks to your friend with a keen eye.
I have to admit,
I could add a blot of
knowing where all this goes,
storied career.
Aventurine thought this through very, very well.
Finally shown your true colors, huh? Oh, and just to remind you, you currently only have 17 system hours left to live. Treasure your remaining time, and savor the delectable aftertaste of defeat.
So you didn't play beyond DMC2. You became very frustrated when they brought back the villains you defeated in 1. Yeah.
What I performed on you,
Yeah.
was the harmony's consecration.
Which is kind of sad because 2 is,
You were to show
to this
allegiance
date,
to
still
feel
the
of
worst in the
allegiance.
entire series.
Yes,
Like, every game gets better after that.
uttering nothing,
3 is probably the best game in the series.
transforming the
And it's a
consecration.
prequel, so you don't even have to have played 2 to enjoy it.
I genuinely see no reason to absolve you from it.
Is this what the harmony represents? But is it built upon constraint and coercion?
You misunderstand, Mr. Aventurine. Punishment is meant for the irreverent. But I have seen your resilient spirit, and thus I offer you the possibility of a new beginning.
There's also a really good, I think they were OVAs, but there's an anime adaptation of Devil May Cry, or they call it an adaptation. It fills in the gap
You only have 2 paths.
between 2 and 4.
Depends on whether you can complete my test.
So, like, even ignoring 2, you could just watch the anime, and it'll
Should you succeed,
catch you up
you will be able to
to
coalesce
play
into
4 as well.
and be with your family.
Almost like they just want you to be able to ignore that 2 ever
You will
happened.
suffer the wrath of the eternal centurion and fall into an abyss of doom.
Sounds like I'm gonna end up the same either way.
I indeed do need a servant to help me uncover the evil hidden in the family from an external perspective. I will purge the evil from the inside and bring the real culprits to justice.
I should rewatch it. It's been a few years.
System hours. When the time comes, compare your findings with mine. If both our findings align, or if you can provide me more insights, then they will truly be able to grant you mercy.
There's also a pretty fun gacha game for Devil May Cry,
Those hypocrites.
but I wouldn't recommend it.
You took everything from me and still didn't
Not even that
appreciate
it's that bad
that
with rates or anything like that. It's just,
carnival reeks
I don't know, it takes up a lot of space on the phone, and it's a game that would be better to play on computer, and they have not made a PC version of the game.
This
And
is
it's just
an
like,
act of personal virtue, not
I don't think I'm
requiring
going to play it anymore unless they actually make a PC version for it. You have to emulate it. Ugh.
Do as you please. I believe you can trade this bag of worthless jewels for everything you need. That's what gamblers.
That when I was playing, I was like, you know, I could just be playing Honkai Impact 3rd again instead. These games play exactly the same, and Impact 3rd is on my computer.
You are free. I will wait here for your good news.
I did review it, though, when it was in closed beta.
This meeting isn't an interrogation or a negotiation. It's an outright execution.
Why would I do that, Mr. Aventurine? I'm just wondering what a passerby who stumbled upon a scene of a murder could have found out. That's all. By the way, before you go, I have a personal question.
What is it now?
See, have I seen the $200 statue they're putting out of the pink red-haired gay character?
Destruction of this world.
No, I have not. I probably would know the character if I've seen it, though, since I do casually occasionally play Nikkei, but I'll have to go look at that.
Are you injured?
Definitely not getting it, but it is cool when companies get to put out stuff like that for people who want it.
You went to look for them?
But I ain't shelling $200 for a statue of a character.
It's just a necklace. It's neither food nor water.
I don't care how hot they are.
You can survive without it. I can't live without you, little brother. Promise me not to look for those catechins again, okay?
Sister, don't be afraid. The catechins are fools, but I'm smart. I played a game with them, and I won.
One? What happened exactly? Tell me.
I made a bet with them. The two birds in the desert and me. Who will die first? I won.
You know, I really wanted to dislike Aventurine,
Fair and square.
but they did a really, really good job of not letting me.
Of course you win. You've always been a lucky child. Gaiathra Triclops must be watching over you.
But that's no reason to push your luck by going up against those bloodthirsty, cruel catechins. Have you forgotten how Mom and Dad... Look, this is just a necklace. But Kakavasha, you are my only family.
Also, Kakavasha is a really cool name. I like that name.
Thought you'd be happy.
I don't know if it's one they made up or if it has, like, roots anywhere else, but it's a cool name.
There'll be no next time.
It is important, but not as important as you, my dearest brother.
Yeah, I would like something I could actually play with, too. Like, at least,
Pain and
some of those other, like, there's posable figures that you can get that kind of work like action figures.
also granted us
I can't remember the brands right now, but, like, you could have friends who've had them before. Those would be cool.
your good luck is the most
But, like, a statue that just sits there?
all
Like, who buys those things? That's definitely a luxury item.
you're a child
Like a
blessed by
flex. Like, look, I had money I can just spend on something that's gonna sit there.
happiness. So always remember to protect yourself.
I think Figma, I think, was one of them
Poverty you're going through.
that is posable.
Right?
Those are cool. At least if they're posable, even if they're on the shelf, you can go and change the pose every so often, occupy your time a little bit.
And
But like, yeah, Warhammer miniatures or just any playing piece is always cool.
Okay.
Or I've got some of this.
Where to Gaiathra
Like I've got
Triclops to protect this wealth?
I've got a Gatomon and Anjuamon on my desk.
Gaiathra Triclops was really watching over us.
And they're small enough that I can at least, you know,
He was swept away by the
mess around with them and stuff, you know.
Dad went to the catechins land only to prepare for
Or I have,
Gaiathra Triclops offerings.
It's really, those are old too, like all these came from like the late 90s. I've got this really old Cubone keychain on my desk too.
Gaiathra Triclops' forgiveness under her breath. The moment she closed her eyes.
Got a few other stuff around here somewhere.
Everyone praises me.
I think of like a Shy Guy where the arms
But I don't
can
get
move
it.
in poses too. They're like a World of Nintendo one.
Was Gaiathra Triclops'
Those are fun to play around with.
grace. Then how bad
But I think I'm actually more content if somebody just, if people were gifting me things, or even if I get stuff for myself, just getting nice shiny dice. Because I could just always use more dice. It's better than a figure. Hey, we're back to the MC. Finally. Not that I dislike Aventurine or anything, he's a really cool character, but I do like being able to use the actual characters that I built up. And as cool as the point of view system, or the point of view POV system is for trying out new characters that are currently on banners or coming out, it's still kind of rude that it ends up taking up a slot.
Excuse me.
I should just leave it to be
I can't
optional,
seem to find any
honestly.
information on this
let you try it if you want to try it. Just leave it there in the party setting. And then if you choose not to, it's just like, whatever.
Just as I thought. I'd like to ask.
But I know why they force you to, because they're trying to sell you on the character. They really want you to pull on the banner. And if you're forced to use it, you're like, okay, I kind of like this guy.
The equipment will monitor physiological indicators such as heart rate, blood oxygen levels, and body temperature in real time. This data will be included in statistics and handed over to the family for the screening of any data anomalies.
See, Dan Hong's true form is still, in your opinion,
Illegal behavior is detected.
or your favorite design? Oh, okay. Bibernu Lune, yeah, that's how you say it. Or sometimes we just call him Daniel, right? Dan I-L. I think I got the name of it wrong. No, it's Inhibitor Lune, not Inhibitor. But yeah, you were close. Yeah. It's a pretty cool design. I don't know if he's my favorite. I'm trying to think who my favorite design is. Because there's a lot of pretty good ones in here.
I apologize. The hotel does not have access. This information is managed by the Bloodhound family. We can only gain access if there's a problem.
There's a lot of designs in this game that like I really, really like. But there's just like one thing off about it.
I can ask the Bloodhound family for information. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Allie. By the way, is Miss Robin doing fine?
I have to really think about that.
Forward to her performance.
Fine? What does that mean? Is there something wrong with Miss
Like, I think Akron would be close to my favorite design if she didn't have that tattoo on her leg. That kind of bothers me.
I guess things are pretty good. I believe she will be able to put on a spectacular show for all of you.
I really like Clara's design.
I'm sure.
And the fact that Svarog is technically part of her character. That's a really good design, too.
No one knows about Miss Robin. I'm not
We don't have her yet. Honestly, Firefly is probably going to be my favorite character in all regards.
mysterious. There's no information on
Especially both sides of her design.
even if she's a stowaway.
I'm
Should have disguised
kind of weak when it comes to Sentai characters.
She's also in the running for the legacy. How is she going to sneak into the dreamscape unnoticed?
And her design is symmetrical, so there's points for that. There's very few symmetrical designs in this game. And I'm fine with a bit of off symmetry. Like, I think Himiko's design is fine. But they go crazy with some of these characters, and I just don't,
The memo keepers have abilities
I don't care with how crazy they go with the, asymmetrical designs with some of them.
Effortlessly. A fact proven to us by Black Swan. The hacker girl from the Stellaron Hunters used extraordinary means to unlock the Dreamscape Hotel's seal. According to the scene witnessed by him,
He reminds you of the Hugh cast. Oh, okay, yeah, I can see that.
Firefly's case.
I love Phantasy Star Online.
The Garden of Recollection and the Stellaron Hunters.
I used to play the original with my friends, all in the same room, and I played a lot of 2.
They're bound to have a plan.
Who are you guys?
The Bravo team has arrived at their designated position, ready to execute armed evacuation operation. Boss, get moving!
These guys.
Armed evacuation? Boss, are you drunk? What do you know? It's more efficient this way. Just don't let the director find out. Act first, report later. Understood?
Help! Help me! I spent all my year-end bonus on the snowball.
No, thinking about it too,
I don't want my
especially since I'm playing a turn-based RPG right now. I really, really wish they would bring Phantasy Star back as just a franchise and not only existing in Phantasy Star Online. Because I really like the old Phantasy Star, specifically 4. I don't think it's that controversial to try to say that 4 is the best Phantasy Star, but
Please follow the staff in charge of evacuation.
at least if we separate it from online, because they're like different beasts. But I just wish they would bring back, like, actually make more turn-based Phantasy Star games.
You've been told not to drink during work hours. Take him back to the hotel room.
See, there's another one. Topaz might be on my list for best designed characters. I really like Topaz. And I use her a lot on my main account.
Topaz? I never thought I'd run into you on Penacony.
I don't even, like, the asymmetry is so minimal on her. Like, you have, like many people, she's got different shoes, but mostly it's because this side's got the overflap and this side doesn't. She does have like a garter there, and she's got like this little pin hanging, but it's still, it's minimal. I think it's a really, really good design. And she's got a really nice ass.
Report to me before taking any action. Yes, all right. As you see, the IPC
Chaz and Rika marriage is the best good ending. I agree.
reality from the family is a mere facade. The former frontier prison has turned around.
That was a
shackles on the IPC
kind of a nightmare, really.
Only Aventurine, who carries an invitation,
I'm gonna replay through those games. I know the original was released on Switch separately, so I think I have to buy it. That might be the only way I can play it otherwise, with other than emulating. But I do have 2, 3, and 4 on Steam through the Genesis Master Collection that they have. I really need to replay Phantasy Star. Those are good games. Those are really, really, really good games.
The IPC always treats its partners well.
Thank you, Miss Topaz. We're on our way to the Hounds to verify some intel. Perhaps you've had dealings with them?
Yep, they're tailing us right now. Why not go and talk to them? It'll take the spotlight off me. Being constantly stared at is really uncomfortable.
Maybe I'll bully Marsupial to hop in call with me when I play them sometime on stream, since I don't think he's played through any of the Phantasy Star games. And we'll just play them together in real time. Or him on like a half-second delay as we just bullshit about it. Yeah, let's talk to Topaz.
How does it feel to be in business with Aventurine? I bet you're not used to it. That's just his style. All or nothing is his mantra. He's always cozying up to his clients.
I've been trying to bully him into going back to finishing his long playthrough of all the Final Fantasy games, but I don't know. He stopped like in the middle of 9 or something. Skipped 8. Or he tried. He just couldn't. I don't blame him. I've finished 8 more than once, but it's definitely not for everyone. Or anyone, actually. I also like how, he said you think you enjoy them because they are old school proper RPGs. They also have interesting battle mechanics compared to other RPGs of the time, so I always found that fun. Because while I like the classic style of turn-based, it's nice to have a different mode that you can go to and enjoy before going back to their stuff. You've got variety.
Of course. It's business after all. What's important is where you're seated at the table. As for the 2 cases, apologies, but I don't have much info on them either. All I can do is ask you to keep digging for more details.
We're carrying out our captain's orders. What do you want?
We made a mistake last time, and we're working hard to rectify it now. We don't have time for anything else. Surveilling the IPC executive Topaz, ensuring that she stays put at the Reverie Hotel during her time on Penacony. We've got the right one this time.
So that's it.
Yeah. You definitely do more damage with individual skills than the team attacks in the late game, but you know, you can abuse the team attacks really well early on to get your grinding done, so it's an interesting dynamic. Yeah, I remember these guys.
Back for more trouble?
We almost fought them earlier, and then Gallagher came in, kind of solved the problem for us.
Stop bothering us if you've nothing important.
So you know each other. Why do you keep running into people you've beaten up before?
I do like it. Why do we keep running into people you've beaten up before? You know, my baseball bat is hungry for action, okay? Don't blame me.
That's right. We're investigating a murder for the family. May we access the hotel's dream pool and...
I think the last Phantasy Star I tried playing recently, but other things came up, so I put it back down, was 2. And I forgot just how basically alone you are at the beginning of 2, even though you're not alone. Oh. I refuse to hold a knife. I want to be useless.
Please leave.
Looks like they're not going to cooperate, but they did at least tell us that the captain is at Dream's Edge.
Why don't we just look for the security officer then? It's probably Gallagher, the one he mentioned, right?
Okay, we're going back to Dream's Edge now. Oh, actually, you know what? Where is Firefly's spot? Here. Okay. We have to activate this anyway. I think there's like an achievement you get for returning to Firefly's spot after she dies. So that's free jade. We cannot turn down the free jade. Oh, yeah, I want to smack her too. I think another thing that always made Phantasy Star stand out too is, in the era, not so much now, but in the era, there weren't a lot of sci-fi themed RPGs, right? Because it's still technically high fantasy, it's just high fantasy flash forward into a sci-fi era, which Final Fantasy ends up doing sometimes way later on. But at the time, it was like really novel that most other things weren't doing it. Which I thought was really cool. Yeah, sure, we'll use one because there's another thing like right there. Unlocked. I'll need that for someone. I forget. Get a sticker. Yeah, it's not an easy place for you. Yeah, I miss the old game style too. I really do miss the old Phantasy Star game style. I never played Phantasy Star Universe, and I think it's because it was on Xbox, right? And if I didn't own the Xbox myself, so I was kind of just reliant on playing whatever my friends had with the 360, and nobody wanted Phantasy Star, so I'm like, eh. It is what it is. I might go back and play it sometime. I wonder if that's... I've never tried it. I know Xbox stuff is not as easy to emulate, because usually you just find a PC execution of it, but I wonder if that's emulatable. What are we at here? Oh, there was still another one. I missed it. Oh, we got a few. Ooh. I remember back when I was in the sandpit area, we were just getting achievements left and right. Okay, so what we're doing right now is we are not spending anything. We're not getting aventurine on this account. But I don't know who we're getting next. We might pull for Robin because his account just, aside from Sparkle, has no good Harmony units. Or if we're not pulling for Robin, we're just saving all the way for Firefly. I was almost about to do those puzzles again when I don't have to. On my main account, I am perfectly set when it comes to Harmony, even though Robin's going to be the best version. There is a full PC client for it? Oh, I never knew that. Okay. Yeah. If you can, like... Because I'll forget about this. DM me that information somewhere or something, whether it's like through Discord or Twitter. I'm not hard to find. It's just I'm a Demetal. I would love to check that out. Oh, hey, you already tweeted out the Vomitorium at least. You can even just DM the Vomitorium because I'm the one who checks that account. Because I will forget, but Clementine, I would definitely like to try that out.
Apologies. The Bloodhound family is running an investigation up ahead. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Hold on a minute. I think I've seen you before. The gray-haired one.
Oh, yeah. I beat you up before.
Trouble have you stirred up exactly on Penacony?
March, you've missed a lot of excellent adventures, okay? That's right, it's a me, Clocky.
You think you look alike? Wait, are you for real?
Not possible. It was you the last time, yelling about some clockwork friendship while beating me up with that silver-haired girl.
He's about to break down crying.
You get by this time. Please leave, or I'll have to get on my knees and beg you.
Oh, me.
Huh? What kind of heinous crime have you committed now?
Hold on, sir.
There we go.
Send you all here?
It was the security
Oh, no.
officer who dispatched us.
Okay, I should be back. OBS disconnected for like a second.
He's the one we've been looking for.
I wonder if that killed the YouTube stream.
No can do. The boss said that since it's a matter of the family's
Let me look.
reputation, no one's allowed through. Everyone, please leave. There's really no need for us to make things.
Okay, no, it seems fine. I know if it's like really quick,
We're really sorry for trouble.
sometimes YouTube will continue. Twitch is good though, since it's all just one channel and never resets anything.
That's it. Didn't they say something about that? What was it? Clockwork? That got this guy to change his mind. Can you perform it again? That, clocky magic.
I am magic. Okay. I forgot what I'm supposed to set him to this time.
Everyone, please leave.
Last time I remembered it was supposed to just be the anger so that we could fight. He's calm now. Maybe we make him happy. I don't know.
Let me see what time it is now. Whoa, it's this time already. Time to clock out. And no one's
Nice.
gonna stop me.
What?
Huh?
This clockwork trick of yours, it's kinda dangerous.
It is. You should respect my power.
Won't be getting in our way again. Let's go find that Gallagher and ask him the intricacies of the case.
Too bad it only works in a dream.
I was wondering what all the commotion was. Huh. Oh, it's you guys. Welcome. Since you made it here, what can I do for you?
Hello, Mr. Gallagher, sir. Judging from your tone, it sounds like you were expecting us.
Miss Himiko, you're too polite. There's no need to call me sir.
Mr. Gallagher.
God.
You even
I can hear the Draven in his voice when he talks.
Of course I do. You folks are from the legendary Astral Express and honorable guests of the Watchmaker. I had an encounter with this gentleman in the Golden Hour. I remember that little silver-haired girl was there too. I'm sorry for what happened to that kid.
Hey, thank you very much for sending a DM. That way I will remember later.
This is also the reason why we've come to visit you, Mr. Gallagher.
I do think it is like the only entry in the Phantasy Star franchise that I have never played, so that's cool.
Get to the bottom of it, in the hopes of getting justice for her.
The Nameless involved with the family. What an unpredictable twist of fate.
Why? What's wrong with the family?
It's nothing. On Penacony, everyone loves the family. No matter how much one resists the beautiful dream, when the time comes, they too will find it hard to let go. Who wants to leave a warm nest? Just idiots, little kids, and inebriated fools.
Mr. Gallagher seems to be getting at something.
See,
You got it wrong. I'm not.
that line would make sense
Want to discuss the case?
in our world if you had the ability to go into the dream, or maybe even in like HI3 where they had the spiritual atom, which I think might even be the conversation we're heading towards. But like in the things we've seen in Star Rail, this world is so fantastic. It's like I don't know if even if a dream can beat it sometimes. I think I'd just rather go off on an adventure, see some real things. But if you're trapped on a single planet, maybe also if it was a planet that was being ravaged by monsters, I could see his point.
Even after that chilling tragedy, this dream is still running effortlessly. Other than the family of the Harmony, it's hard to imagine any other power in the universe that could sustain a building of such magnitude.
The family itself is a huge, perfect building. Like a living idol. Each member of the family sees themselves as a piece of the divine puzzle, revolving around a singular core and a shared ideal. Under their command, they loyally fulfill their roles, offering themselves while also receiving sustenance in return.
An interesting analogy. Perhaps that's why Penacony's beautiful dream has persisted for so long.
If I recall, this next bit is just a lot of talking.
And so does the Divines.
It's probably one of my best bits though, because
Sound like the kind of comment a Galaxy Ranger
this is one of the things that connects this directly to Honkai Impact Third.
Yang will definitely have a better sense of what's going on than I do.
Why do you say that, Miss Acheron?
The beautiful dream is crumbling. But not because of a particular eon, a particular faction, or a particular visitor. Its collapse stems from a certain inevitability of human nature.
I also love
Family
Yang's,
refuses to acknowledge
like,
this.
Welt's character from continuing from one game all the way over to the other. That's pretty cool.
As people immerse their souls in the dreamscape, where consequences and pain cease to exist.
I think it's time to reinstall Honkai. Getting itch again. Good game. Just wish they had a masculine version of the male am. Yeah. Yeah. I was really enjoying part 2 of Honkai Impact Third. I think it's fun. But, I know widely a lot of people are considering this one the best in the franchise, especially... I know some people just prefer turn-based games. I really like turn-based games, but I like almost every type of game. There are some, like I said, pretty masculine characters in this game particularly now, but not the MC, obviously. They can't really afford to make the MC masculine. Just like in the same way they can't really afford to make the other version too feminine, because they kind of have to fill the same role, right? So it's like a slightly masc, slightly femme version of each other.
Owing to events in the past, I've become easily forgetful. It's only when the sword is unsheathed that those hazy memories start to become clear.
Like Gallagher's been added. He's a pretty masculine character. Pretty, like... He's not old grizzly grandpa like Welt, though. But I think he's probably the most masculine character they've added to this game so far, because, like, Blade... His attitude might be, but he's still Asian guy. I'm trying to think of anybody else. Our general could be close. Possibly.
Behind the dreamscape song and dance and many
Sampo has the build, he just doesn't act the way.
workers create all kinds of whimsical works day in and day out in their dreams. Then they return to reality and sleep.
Because Sampo's got the build of like an athlete.
A far cry from luxury. They say it will suffice. Experiencing the bizarre and motley dreamscape is the best reward. There I encountered a young woman who had just come of age. The perfect time to indulge in beautiful dreams. Her greatest wish was to one day move to the golden hour and see the magnificent garments.
I do have a feeling over time they are going to be putting some more
For certain reasons,
masculine characters into the game in general. Just because they're starting to see how much of appeal there is for that and how much money they can make off of it. Especially you got to remember that a lot of their audience, maybe even slightly more than the other half, is female.
Yes.
A lot of girls play this game.
Financial city, the economic heart of the dreamscape.
A lot of guys do too, but a lot of girls play this game.
Running, sending blood that is made from money everywhere on Penacony. Everyone there is exquisitely dressed and all.
And also looking at some of the characters they're adding to Zenless Zone Zero, I wouldn't be surprised if they've got some more masculine characters here in the future.
I've never met anyone.
Boot Hill kind of is. Right, he's got like that bounty hunter outlaw cowboy aesthetic going on. Being a Texan. I'm kind of kicking myself for forcing me to skip Boot Hill. Like, I'm almost required to get him, but it's like, no, I gotta get Firefly. I gotta hold strong. Gotta hold strong.
Continued on their way, unfazed.
I hear the Blue Hour is very romantic. Do you have any tales to share?
Perhaps Mr. Yang has heard. There is a large boat called the Eventide, anchored along the Sea of Dreams, where soft music and dancing persist endlessly every night. I ran into a wizened lady there. She was at the dock, waiting for her long-departed lover to return. waiting for countless hours within time that stood still. In the humid sea.
I think the name Eventide is like permanently just gonna live in my mind as that one challenge island in Breath of the Wild, where you hop on it and you lose all of your equipment.
Consciousness was lost in the dark depths of the Sea of Dreams. Finally, she suggested we continue our conversation on a boat in the shallows. I agreed and boarded the boat with
Well,
her.
if you do reinstall Star Rail, feel free to add either of my accounts.
Gazing at the horizon for what seemed like forever. Finally, we retreated to the beach.
The dreamscape of chic, luxury, and consumerism, the moment of dusk. My companions have been there too.
Then you all must have seen those
Oh,
who were
don't worry about it.
attempting to realize their dreams.
I mean, Breath of the Wild's a good game, but
Scattering money as if it were dust and betting it on all or nothing.
I think the only reason to force yourself to play it is just because of how culturally prominent it is, right? But it's not even close to the best Legend of Zelda game.
Preparing to auction himself. When someone wins a bid under stipulated periods and rules, he would do the buyer's every bidding, becoming that person's very possession.
I've played it multiple times though, but
Tron had been auctioned off a dozen times.
some of those were because I streamed it.
His 13th.
Some of those are because I originally played it on the Wii U, and then I ended up playing it on the Switch because of other reasons. I don't know if I'll ever play it again though. Or if I do, it's going to be years.
This is what I've seen and heard along the way. Someone once said to me,
My problem is, like, there's a lot of fun experiences with it, but I think I'd prefer some of the stuff that were inspired by it, like Genshin Impact, than I do to Breath of the Wild, because at least those are kind of original things, and they can lean into that stuff. But it just doesn't feel very Legend of Zelda to me, and I think that's the part why I just don't end up liking Breath of the Wild as much as I do other Zelda stuff.
is inevitable.
There might be a way to change everything.
But as much as I like a lot of the 3D Zelda games, I'm still perpetually stuck in A Link to the Past. Like, that's what I want from a Zelda game, is I just want A Link to the Past or a 3D version of A Link to the Past. And any variation thereof. Like, Ocarina of Time's good. It's basically just A Link to the Past. I would like Twilight Princess more if it was more concise and less boring, but it's also still basically A Link to the Past.
At a time when the world was grappling with
A Link Between Worlds, in my opinion, is probably the best Zelda game, because it's just A Link to the Past plus.
he wove together the dreams of everyone in the world.
Let's see, it's mainly because the Switch is not within your means right now. What you know. Some people might even say emulating Breath of the Wild through a Wii U emulator is probably the best way to play the game.
The giant stood between heaven
Not that I'm promoting that or anything.
the world's existence. As a price, those who found it hard to move forward, who could not advance, forever lost their future. They slumbered in a dream, devoid of disaster and pain, living out their days peacefully in the man's created utopia.
Or, as I might selfishly say, the best way to enjoy the game is to not play it at all, and just watch my, like, 53 episode Let's Play of me and my brother playing Breath of the Wild. But that would be just a selfish thing to say.
Because people must always move towards the future. Even if human weaknesses make them pause when they truly cannot move forward, humanity will...
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree. A Link to the Past and the Game Boy games as well, you can throw those in there, yeah, are definitely the best in the franchise.
Like everyone in that world,
Love Link's Awakening. I played way too much of that. I was so happy having a Game Boy growing up. And
the sun chaser of legend, soaring
the Oracles are pretty fun too.
and embracing his final victory. ascended to heights uncharted, only to come face to
And one of the
face
first games
with
once it came out that I
place not visited by
made sure I got for the Game Boy Advance was the port of A Link to the Past. It's also I experienced Four Swords Adventure.
after that. Countless others would surpass
I think I still have that copy around here somewhere.
even greater heights.
A fitting metaphor for the Nameless's trailblazing spirit. Thank you, Mr. Yang. I know what you wish to confirm. The universe has innumerable similar, yet different worlds.
Yeah, like the really cool part, I'm trying to remember which number it was. It was like maybe chapter 35 or 6 or something. But you actually get to directly interact with the story he was talking about, because that's like one of the major plots of Honkai Impact 3rd.
Similar to mine. So I will tell you. Even if not completely similar, the story you just told, it overlaps with my past. And with
Yeah, I think the 64 games did also feel a bit too easy sometimes. And I think it's because it was in 3D. So they figured if they didn't have like Navi and the fairy, or I think it was Tattle in the other one, showing you the weak points and everything, that you probably wouldn't be able to figure it out like you could in a 2D game. 3D was still very new for everything.
I am sorry.
But I do really like Majora's Mask, because while the basic part of the game was really easy, there were some more challenging things in the game if you were trying to go for like 100% completion.
Under that representation of the hunt, exactly what sort of power is it that has motivated your solitary journey thus far?
Mr. Yang, before answering that question, I wish to continue the previous topic. I like your analogy very much. Indeed, birds are born to fly. But in a distant past, their ancestors could only gaze at the sky in envy. They saw that faraway...
I think of the 3D Zeldas, though.
Piercing through the clouds.
If it's not Majora's Mask, Wind Waker is probably my favorite of them.
Generation after generation, the birds spread their wings and took to the sky, attempting to touch its ceiling. All because the sun was there. Then, what if the last bird finally soars into the sky, only to realize that the end of the light is not...
So what I want to know
but darkness.
is how they plan to squeeze Kiana in here, because obviously, for those who have played the other like Honkai games, Acheron is just right in May, right? And we have Bronya in here as well. So I'm wondering if at any point in time they'll give us like a variant, a duplicate, or I hate the word, the XP of Kiana. Because if that's the case, whenever she gets dropped, or it gets leaked, just drop every other character. I'm just going to save up for her. She's probably going to be the most busted character in the game, too.
Long time no see.
Oh, there's Boot Hill.
This voice, it's not Constance. Could it be her companion?
Though I don't know exactly what you are, or what you're up to, my bullets will find you. Until then, you best find a casket store on Penacony and ask the owner to reserve a good quality casket for you, imposter.
Imposter? I see.
Okay, I'm gonna let them... There's so much talking here. And I love these scenes, but I've already seen them before. So I'm just gonna let this play while I go use the facilities. I'll be back in like half a minute.
I'm the Garden of Recollections memo keeper.
Not bad. This is the kind of tough challenge I like. You that imposter's bodyguard? Never mind. It's fine. I'll leave a round for you. So get
I don't know what you're talking about, but you know Acheron, the Galaxy Ranger, yes? I have something to ask you.
Are you asking me to write your will? Sure. Go ahead.
Not quite. I only want to ask, how exactly did she become a Galaxy Ranger? She's clearly not a path strider of the hunt, but you are, aren't you? Tell me, what's Acheron's deal?
Sure. Heck, never thought I'd come across an ally. What a stroke of luck. Well.
Okay, I'm back.
Memo keeper. Go buy a bottle of his Donna's white oak and warm it up. And I'll raise a glass to you. That lady's passed. Well, nobody knows. But if all you want is a simple answer, sure. You best get a chair and take a seat.
You know, maybe I'll budge on it. I'm not on my main account. I'm definitely skipping everyone for Firefly. But this is an account I use particularly just for streaming. And my old rule of thumb for this was we just pull every single time and just get what we get. And maybe I should stick to that rule. Have us continue pulling for adventuring here and just pull and get what we get, because then we might accidentally get Boot Hill. Who knows? But see, one game I need to revisit as I haven't played in a decade is Lagoon. Oh my god, I love Lagoon. Right? It's horribly made. Right? Like the hitboxes are just not where you expect them to be. Sometimes you have to get like way too close to an enemy until you get like a bigger sword, and even then it's like you're still closer than your sword looks like it should be. And the final boss is also horribly designed, because like the last weapon you get doesn't even work on it. You have to go back to the weapon before it. But oh my god, is that game so epic, especially for the time. Like the opening to Lagoon, where it had like this almost like power metal song to it, and it's like this almost like 80s 90s anime opening. Kind of reminds me of,
I thought this was exactly what you wanted.
I don't know,
After all,
almost like a Bastard style opening or something. Like, no, that game is just so delicious.
So, the genius of the Council of Mundanites wants to be my Undertaker now.
It definitely has one of the best titles, like opening sequences in any game to date.
And
I would put it up there.
People at the Strategic Investment Department would love to be notified of your death in due time. But let's not forget, you won't be seen, because I'm the manager of this task.
Great. Then tell your people that Aventurine is ready to go in 17 system hours.
Oh, you've got a lot of nerve. How exactly do you plan on completing your task?
I would love to actually play Lagoon on stream. Actually, more than that, I would love to get my younger brother, who I used to play that game with, and force him to sit down and play it with me on stream.
I took the opportunity to set everything in motion.
I think that would be fun. I always love playing games with my brother. I think we have really good rapport and commentary together.
I walked through the doors of the reverie. Now I'm only one step away from
Yeah, phenomenal soundtrack. Easily on par with Secret of Mana. Yeah, dude, I love the Secret of Mana soundtrack. I listen to it all the time. I mean, I think one of my favorite songs, I mean, Into the Thick of It is obviously such a good song from Secret of Mana. But like, as soon as it's bright outside and it's like a nice spring or summer day, I actually start playing,
I look forward to the sight of the IP
oh my god, what's it?
surrounding Penacony.
What's the name of it? It's like the Color of the Summer Sky, I think is the name of the song.
That's true, but
And even though a color can't have a sound, it sounds exactly what you'd expect it to.
In that gift money bag. Well, who knows? Maybe that's why I'm handing out cash even when I'm about to bite dust.
You are indeed a
Maybe I am. Who knows?
Fine. Here, take this. Open it when you're on your last legs. You'll thank me.
Sometimes, like, I have that on my phone. I'll just walk around town with that song playing. Because it's just such a good song.
You catch on pretty fast, Doctor. Asking me to solve a case without giving a single clue. How typical.
I know, a very underrated SNES game that I definitely want to do a playthrough for, and I just need to set the time aside to do a live playthrough for, is The Illusion of Gaia, which was actually kind of a big deal when it came out, but has since just kind of like disappeared into a memory hole for a lot of people. Like, I brought it up on the Vomitorium, one of the before we started doing 2 separate shows, and I think Marsupial had never even heard of The Illusion of Gaia before, which was obviously a spiritual successor to Soul Blazer, since they didn't make a direct sequel to it. Which also another really good game. But I think The Illusion of Gaia is, yeah, and Terra Enigma too. That, like, I think The Illusion of Gaia is, of the 3 of them, and just of games, probably one of the most perfectly paced games, and using gameplay and narrative together. Like, it is like one of the best examples you could ever pick of a game. And so many people just haven't played it. Probably because there just aren't really any ports of it, you know? I would love just like if somebody put out a collection, like an HD collection where it's just upscaled. I don't even want to change the models. I just want them to upscale the pixel ratio so that it fit modern TVs. Leave it boxed too. I don't want it like widescreened, and just have an easily way, like a collection of Illusion of Gaia, Soul Blazer, and Terra Enigma. Like, that would be great. Kind of like how I have the collection of Saga and collection of Mana.
I get it now. You youngsters are always looking for a quick way to get an audience. But you know what? A truly great show.
Which I have both of those on Switch. I could probably play through those games on stream sometime.
Great show will start soon, old man. But before that, I need to ask you something. Do you know where I can find death in this dream?
Oh yeah, yeah. Transforming into freedom the first time, that was pretty epic.
Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't
I love it. Had the slide mechanic, which I thought was really cool.
that idea. Death? Not even remotely innovative. I bought it from Dr. Edward. He claimed it was some
And just the story in general.
fancy schmancy stuff. Now, but what a disappointment. The effects were awful. First, some monster covered in eyes stabs you in the gut. And then all you see are blurry glimpses of buildings and lights. The sky was spinning so fast.
I used to have a t-shirt. Man, I wish I still did. My dad went to like a midnight release for The Illusion of Gaia or something because my mom really wanted it. Both my parents are gamers, but my dad kind of stopped really liking games probably after the Super Nintendo era. Once it went to 3D, it was too much for him. He just wanted to go back to the NES and SNES and play his baseball games and like Super Mario Bros. 3, A Link to the Past. Those were the games he liked. But my mom kept playing video games, specifically platformers and RPGs, her entire life up until she passed away last Memorial Day. Even just before, because she was in bad condition and she couldn't hold the controller herself very much. she insisted that she watched us play Tears of the Kingdom so she could enjoy it. But she insisted that he go to the midnight release, even though he had to work the next day, and he got it, and the Illusion of Gaia has such a good logo to it that it looked great on just a black shirt. But over the years, like, the paint or whatever from however they printed it started falling off, the shirt got holes in it. I think one move after the next, we just ended up losing it. I wish I still had it. Oh, you can't remember the name? I think the second transformation's name was just Shadow, the Liquid Ninja.
Would you be willing to support my performance?
Was it Shadow or something like that? I might just be thinking because Shadow was also the name of the ninja in Final Fantasy VI, but for some reason I'm thinking that was the name of the Liquid Assassin in Illusion of Gaia as well. And I think it's because he, like, almost literally turned into a shadow.
Well, you see, I can't bear to see anyone in this sweet dream suffering from poverty.
That's incredibly kind of you.
But I could be wrong, because it has been,
If you ever get the chance,
I think, a decade and a half since even the last time I touched that game. But I love it so much, I need to play it again.
Sure thing. By the way, do you happen to know anything interesting about death?
Death? That's a pretty scary topic, and it doesn't really match the mood of this sweet dream.
Oh, you see, I'm a tabloid reporter.
Oh, it was Shadow. Okay, so I was remembering it. Nice. Right, nice. Thanks for looking it up.
As you know, the more chilling the stories, the more attention they get.
And then, like, the final boss is Dark Gaia, which is, I guess, kind of like a twist, but not really at the same time. Like, you saw it coming a long way away.
It's not about death, but they're
Really cool boss fight.
a guest at the reality hotel who fell into a deep sleep and didn't wake up. It was like they were in some sort of coma. Nobody knows what caused it, but luckily the customer eventually regained consciousness. Well, all customers are under the protection of the family, after all.
Thank you. This will make for a very juicy headline. May Shibe protect us.
And I also like how it basically,
That's actually what
it kind of took place on our world, right? Which I guess because Gaia means Earth. But there's like this really cool level, like the sky flying fortress thing, and you could see like the Nazca lines in the dirt all the way down on the planet underneath. God, that game was so good.
Sip of liquor. A blissful reprieve.
Like that game, especially for the system, and the whole thing had to be done in assembly, like anything on that system. That game is just like a masterclass in like action RPG design for the era. They did everything right.
You're giving these gems to me? Didn't expect to meet such a generous soul in this place. Or are you just pitying me? Well, it really doesn't matter. As long as I have...
That it was much more balanced because God, I had Soul Blazer 2 growing up, so it's like I go back and I play that. And it's fun. It's a fun game. But there's some fights in Soul Blazer that are just bullshit and you have to like over level, really. But then I don't really feel like there's any bullshit fights in Illusion of Gaia. Like they got much better at designing the combat by then.
The Devil of Soulglad? Care to elaborate?
And the combat also was just like much more fluid and solid in Illusion of Gaia than it was in Soul Blazer. Soul Blazer is kind of stiff. You could tell there's like, okay, like many games, I would probably throw Lagoon in there too. everybody knew how Zelda worked, so they just tried to make their own Zelda game, right?
How funny.
Yeah. Very funny indeed. Thank you.
I even feel like that's how the Mana series came to be, right? Because it started out as a spin-off of Final Fantasy with the Final Fantasy Legend. Seiken Denetsu, Final Fantasy Gaiden. There's even like Moogles in it, and then they just let it spin off into its own thing. But like the Final Fantasy Legend is clearly just Square me like, okay, but what if Final Fantasy was The Legend of Zelda? And then it just kind of grew into its own thing. Everybody was trying to make its own Zelda back then. And some people succeeded, and some people, you know, they took some risks. So, some people made Lagoon.
Remember that the hounds are always ready to help.
I also agree. I think restrictions are a very important way to bring out creativity. And I think, like, with modern engines, restrictions just really aren't there anymore. And because of that, people just make really lazy games. And they kind of need to put self-imposed restrictions on themselves to be creative. Which is like having a very thought-out mechanic system can be a good restriction on a game. That's why I think this game is fun. Like, you only get, what, 3 options in combat. You've got your attack, you've got your skill, and then if it's charged up, you've got your ultimate ability. And you have to figure out how to juggle that with the limited skill points. That's why I have fun playing this game.
Stowaways recently?
And I think more games need to think about restricting themselves for creativity's sake.
Never had anything like that before.
All right. Good luck with your work then. What was I even thinking? Family would never share intel with the IPC.
Or a turn-based RPG I've been really enjoying as a franchise, though. It's very likely we're never getting another one. Just because of buyouts and stuff. Octopath Traveler 1 and 2, right? Because it has all that fun stuff of the job system and all the fun stuff that you like from old Final Fantasy games, but it's very limited at the same time. Like, every character only has so many skills, and you have to figure out like which jobs and skills you want on which person, and figure out how to deal with like the limited nature of the combat. Almost like it's a puzzle. You never get overwhelmed with useless spells. Right, because in traditional Final Fantasy game, you start out with like fire, and then you'll get fire 2, and then you'll get fire 3, and then you're like, well, I don't need fire 1 or 2 anymore because I have fire 3. And it's kind of just a power creep thing where you forget about the old stuff unless you're so out of MP that you have to use the old stuff. And you just never have that problem in Octopath.
Actually the topic I was most into when I entered the industry. But my boss shut it down.
How did your boss talk you out of it?
Well, she simply said, covering baseless urban legends like that would make
I think more or less Bravely Default's that way too.
I thought about it, and she had a point.
It still has sometimes that spell creep issue that Final Fantasy does, but those are the 2 franchises I have to play though, right? Because I'm not getting Final Fantasy from the Final Fantasy franchise anymore. I have to go play their spin-offs and side games that actually play more like the game I want. Like, I'm really interested in, why did I say, Mono? Yeah, Mono was Final Fantasy Adventure. I'm more interested in something that came from Final Fantasy Legend. The other series that wasn't ever supposed to be a spin-off, but they kind of sold as one just because the Final Fantasy name was so powerful. The Saga series. They're coming out with Saga Emerald Frontier. And I am really interested in that. It looks good. It looks like it still plays like a turn-based RPG like you expect a Saga game to. It's kind of almost got like a Persona-esque aesthetic to it. It's got overworld. It looks like it's in like a pop-up world. It looks really, really fun. and what I want an HD Final Fantasy game to look like. So I'm definitely going to get that. And I think... I know it's going to be on Switch, but I think it might be on other systems too. I think people just need to buy and play that game and try it just to let Square know that we want turn-based RPGs again. Like, that game just needs to be successful. Yeah, it's quite irritating. No longer buy or play Final Fantasy outside of like 14 expansions. It's the only place I get what feels like old Final Fantasy, even when it's still an action game. Yeah.
Always warning me about danger, even in dreams.
Honestly, I'd rather play 11 than 14. I'm not even caught up. I stopped post-Endwalker right before Rubicante. Like, I still haven't done the Rubicante fight. And honestly, I just found post-Endwalker, and even kind of Endwalker in general, just not good. Personally. And that upsets me so much because Final Fantasy IV is my favorite Final Fantasy game. Not the best. I think 6 is the best, but 4 is my favorite. And I was so excited for all of the 4 references that were going to be in Endwalker. And, like, you had to almost try to make me dislike something that had to do with 4.
Remember what I said. You Sigonians are better off hiding in the sewers.
I also don't know if I'll be playing the new expansion when it comes out, just because I don't think my computer can run it or well at all. I haven't tried. I should try the, what's it called? The test that they put up to see. But when they gave the Rex before, it looked like I was going to have to upgrade just to play. Only so that the PS5 version can be great. And it's like, eh. Way to go and force a big chunk of your audience out of the game. So you only just finished Shadowbringers, saw Ardbert sacrifice coming. Yeah. He was a good character. You could also tell exactly who he was the first time if you just played as the default model of the game because he looks exactly like you. It would have been really cool if Ardbert, which I know wouldn't have worked very well unless they also put something to change how people refer to him gender-wise. If they literally just made him a copy of whatever you made your character. I think that would have been cooler. But it still works fine. Because your fragments or whatever don't have to look exactly like you. They could just be similar to your soul.
But it's a good thing if you ask.
He was a cool character, though.
Because I'm getting closer to the truth.
Oh?
Why else do you think I'm handing out cheap trinkets all over the streets, fool?
The worst part is, not without spoiling anything, because I don't know if you've seen any spoilers, so I'm just going to talk vaguely about it. I was actually enjoying the post-Endwalker story, even though I didn't enjoy the Endwalker story. I just didn't enjoy everything they were doing with it. And there was also nothing else to do besides the story. Like, the raids were awful. And I'm not much of a raider anyway. I like raiding, I just only like doing it with the static. I don't like doing it with randos, so I haven't really been much of a raider in this game. The Alliance raids weren't very fun either. They were kind of a letdown. There was no open zone. I liked the island, but the island was very little time of actually doing anything and more time of just waiting for things to get done, so it was kind of boring. I hope they really just listen to people's complaints from Endwalker and post-Endwalker, and that this next expansion is actually really good. Because right now, I would rather spend my time for service games in a game like Honkai Star Rail, which I'm super enjoying.
Though he's still in Penacony, I'm afraid you'll never find him again.
Now I'm completely
But 11, oof. I'm actually almost tempted to just, instead of paying for a subscription of 14, is just paying for a subscription to 11 and starting from the beginning and playing all the way through. That's a good many years of your life just to be able to level and catch up to things worth of money. And it's a turn-based game. It's an ATB system. 11 actually plays like a Final Fantasy game.
Not exactly. I've gathered enough clues to prove its existence. And that's enough for me. As for the answers to my questions, I'll find them within...
God, I would love if people made like turn-based RPGs again.
Oh, really?
Right, I guess you could always go back and play RuneScape. That's always an option. I don't know if they got one back up. I know the private server for Shin Megami Tensei Imagine, which is one I used to play way back in the day, got shut down.
When either of us presses it,
Which is a shame.
and the whole of Penacony will go up in smoke. If you're really so desperate for the IPC to take over Penacony, blowing up the chessboard isn't a bad idea. Start from scratch.
Yeah, you don't like the whole 1 minute, 2 minute cooldowns. I can see that, yeah.
Just press the button when you're at your wit's end. And of course,
I can only use Mighty Strike every 2 minutes. You know how many battles I'm gonna have in between now and then?
Deadly button, huh? Well, I guess the family didn't take your threat seriously at all. Otherwise, how on earth did you manage to bring it in here?
There's also like the 30-minute cooldowns too.
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to decline your offer. Who knows if your little gadget will actually work. By the way,
I used to play this really bad but fun turn-based RPG that is apparently still going on, and every once in a blue moon I re-download it and get back into playing it. And it was made in Taiwan, I believe, called Wonderland Online, and it's like this sprite-based turn-based RPG that you can actually play multiplayer turn-based. It has not random encounters, but it has battle stages where, like, when you run into something, you go on to oh yeah, they had 3-hour cooldowns too. I forgot about that. Yeah, I think there's a 6-hour cooldown one as well. But in Wonderland, after you would walk into an enemy, which I think in the caves, some of the caves had random encounters, it would bring you to a battle stage like you're used to in like Final Fantasy or Paper Mario. Your characters are on one side, the enemies are on the other. And you would have just like turn-based battles, just like a countdown telling you you have 30 seconds to make your turn because you don't want everybody in your team waiting. Fun game. Horribly punishing. Takes years to reach the level cap. Like, for some people, it takes 5 years to reach the level cap. Super hard. But I wish more people would just make games like that. If I had the manpower, I would make a sprite-based, turn-based MMO.
The guys in black didn't say much, so I've no idea what you did.
Or if I had even more power, it wouldn't necessarily have to be sprite-based. I personally just like sprites. I like the aesthetic of it, but
I figured you must have had good luck.
I'd cave and do models.
Now on, you and your good luck are my assets. Are we clear? Your first task is simple. In addition to you, I've purchased 34 other slaves. Go play a game with
I was recently playing Final Fantasy XI on a private server with some people not too long ago. Which is honestly better than playing retail. But God, I would want to be playing on the official release.
Aren't you worried that the money you spent on me will go to waste?
I'm working on a single-player prototype for a turn-based RPG at the present. So you can square away the gameplay in exactly the form that you want. Expand it to mobile light title. Okay.
You look good. And
Well, if you need any testers, yeah, drop in, drop out, optional multiplayer for turn-based. Oh my god, I love the idea of multiplayer for turn-based games all the time. I've been trying to get a multiplayer turn-based game forever.
How much did you
And Wonderland Online was like I mean, it was true turn-based multiplayer, but it was like the only thing I ever got. When I was growing up, me and my brothers, and maybe if we had a friend over, we would play the original Final Fantasy, and we would each claim a character, and we would pass the controller along when it was that character's time to make a decision. And then let the battle play out. But yeah, if you need anybody to test anything, like some play testers, I would gladly do that for free. I love those type of things. And I have a long record of testing in like closed betas and alphas and stuff.
Are you trying to strike a bet with me? Oh, you've got some guts. Yeah, sorry, but that won't do. Don't forget your place, slave. You're not qualified to be at the table. You're just a chip. A life thrown away in someone else's hands. Either you come back with more chips for your master, or you never come back.
Yeah, I do think it's the love of the medium that makes you enjoy testing games. I know my email used to basically be whitelisted, and I think it still is for anyone who used those lists, because even recently, like, I got into the closed beta for Devil May Cry Peak of Combat after I was not let in for other things. I tried to get into the test betas for like Zenless Zone Zero and some of the Hoyo stuff, but I think they don't use those same lists. And they were also trying to make theirs almost like a raffle, so they like personally invited some big streamers and everybody else had to get in. But I think every time that I've applied for anything else recently, I've gotten in immediately. But like I remember I was in the closed portion of ESO. I tried that awful Gearbox game in the closed technical test. That the one they were trying to say wasn't a MOBA, and then it turned out to be a MOBA. Can't remember the name of it.
Some friends from the old days.
It was like a single word. It was like battle something.
I have the whole day to spare. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dream Jolt Hostelry.
I remember I was in the closed beta for Raiders. There's so many different things.
Why settle for ordinary when you can experience
Evolve. I remember being in the early parts of Evolve, which made me not want to play Evolve. I saw all the problems with that game coming a mile away. I think she is Serval.
Who's Serval? Will you introduce me to her? Huh?
Oops. She's heard us.
Just spare them, my esteemed bartender. I'll take over the bar today. I'm getting up there in age, and I need some practice before I forget the skills that used to put food on my table. Where did you stash the...
See, only issue is your sprite art sucks. You have to use default assets for now. You can afford to hire a proper spriter. I want to go with semi-detailed art like you'd see in Dragon's Dogma. Well, I could probably send you some references. Testing, I'd do for free. If you save up for a spriter, or Dragon's Crown, not Dogma. Okay, then I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm like, did Dragon's Dogma even have sprite art? Dragon's Crown, I know, yeah. But like, if you want a spriter, I can do sprite art. But because that's art, that costs. I could probably do a mock-up for something similar to Dragon's Crown.
Confusion or even boredom. It's all within reach, right at your fingertips.
Oh, did you hear that? She just called me my lovely lady.
Even in reality, mixing drinks is more than just throwing ingredients together. A bartender needs to capture the bar's atmosphere, master technique, and spin a tale of mystery and anticipation.
Only then can a perfect drink crafted...
I remember back in when I was in high school, I used to do a lot of sprites for people for money. Yeah, I do sprite work. Most of it was like recreating another game style because like people wanted to do mods or make custom games for sites like Newgrounds and stuff. So like I got really adept at making things in the style of, say, like A Link to the Past or Final Fantasy VI specifically, because a lot of people did Final Fantasy VI mods. But I also did a lot of hobby sprite work just for fun, just making sprites. I could even done like some mock-up fighting game characters. I could probably do whatever style. Collect the ingredients, that's what we're doing, okay. Wasn't even paying attention, I forgot what we were doing.
Can this be used for mixing drinks? Oh, and there's a note underneath. Exchange with your precious things. Oh, what should we exchange for it? And who should we give our stuff to?
Precious thing. Well, obviously the most precious thing to us as the Trailblazer, as the galactic baseballer, and the king of trash cans, is a bag of trash. And somehow we put the bag of trash into an empty cup.
You can't just throw trash. No way. The words on the note are changing. Happiness is the dream of the humble. Does this mean we can take it? Something feels weird about this.
I think, yeah, last time I was here, I did end up grabbing all the treasures already. So I don't have to worry about that.
Check out this bottle. The liquid inside looks beautiful.
So you give an idea, trying to replicate tabletop RPGs, but in a proper turn-based format. The idea is multi-hunt style games, but in RPG form, so not a lot of trash fights, but instead, let's see, grueling boss encounters with deep mechanics. Okay, that could be fun. It'd be kind of like doing the hunts in Final Fantasy, but only the hunts, right? Kind of bringing Monster Hunter into more of like an actual RPG format. Because I know they brought them in other games, like 11 technically was the first thing that hunts the notorious monsters, but they didn't have it in a proper hunt form. 14 and 15 have hunts too, and I think 16 did. I didn't really play 16. But 12 was like the first Final Fantasy to have hunts. And 12 really wasn't a turn-based, but it kind of felt like it, right? It was like 11, walk around, ATB system, attacking people. And the hunts were the most fun part of that whole game. If there was a whole game that was just built around hunts, I would enjoy it.
Perfect for entertaining lovely guests like you.
Then we'll keep it for now.
Airship battles? Nice.
Not sure if it's enough.
Stay out of my way. I'm looking for Siobhan.
What's all the
Do we get more achievements? We have.
Haven't I made myself clear enough, Miss Amiki? The Dream Jolt hostelry only welcomes guests who want to enjoy a drink to their heart's content. I'm sorry.
Skies of Arcadia is one of those games that I've never played.
But you have the talent.
And I've wanted to. I just didn't have the opportunity growing up. And it would be so easy to play right now. And I should just make time to play it.
Come with me. We'll become the talk of Penacony, a shining light into every corner.
I even, like, I wanted to play that game so bad. I had the Nintendo Power poster for Skies of Arcadia up in my room, and we just never got the game.
As you see, I'm entertaining my guests. Don't make me repeat myself.
Fine.
I really like the character designs in that game too.
Come along. I'll just sit here and not.
I think that was the thing that made me want to play that the most, is that I just really liked the character designs. And the name was a cool name. And then I did see some gameplay, I think, on G4. I was like, yeah, I would enjoy that game.
One moment.
What's her deal? We can't discuss the case with other people hanging around the bar.
Hey, can you do that clockwork trick of yours again?
Listen, you don't have to ask me twice. If I get to manipulate people, I'll do it. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm counting on you.
Yeah.
You're one of Siobhan's guests, right? What can I do for you? If you're here to convince me to leave, please stop it. I'll never leave until she accepts my proposal.
Now I just have to remember which emotion I'm supposed to tune her to.
This rundown shack with no customers whatsoever.
There was a very short event at the beginning of Penacony that was almost like a hunt log, and that was kind of cool. I wish this game just had like a hunt log permanently in it. Maybe something that reset, not weekly, because that'd probably be just too much work for them to decide, but even if it's just like with the battle pass, every time a major patch, the battle pass got reset, they just updated a hunt log and gave you new things to go hunt down. That would be cool. Even if it's not the main focus, I think more RPGs should have something like a hunt log. Sad, maybe? Let's tune her to sad and see if that helps.
It's ridiculous, right? Our paths were never meant to cross.
Genshin kind of has a hunt log. That is weird. Like, it's not a full log. The closest thing they have is, like, you do reputation quests, but you only get 3 of them a week.
Stepping into the spotlight. I need her guidance because I'll never be able to do anything alone.
And I guess that you do also have a log where, like, when you kill something, more like a bestiary, you kill something for the first time, and it gets put into your log for locating where that enemy is if you need a grind for it, which now I want rare, big, tough fights that I have to go through.
I know she probably thinks I'm just trying to ride her.
Really frustrated there's no post-progression or merit system in Genshin or Star Rail.
For her to reclaim her place.
I think it's probably because the games have no intended end. I think that's why they don't have things like that. Right, so they have to balance everything based off of more characters are coming, so characters have to have a cap, and it's just like your horizontal value of your whole team, like your roster of characters, has to improve, not the vertical value of a character after a certain point. Though it'd be cool if they added other modes, like the simulated universe, right? And some other things that could use systems like that. But I get why they're not there. Because it would just create way too much power creep, more than the system's are going to have. Like, I know Final Fantasy... War of the Visions Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. And the characters just keep getting stronger. They raise the level cap to like 120, then they actually raise it to 140, but you have to keep prestiging them, and all kinds of things. And once they get that strong, it takes forever to get a new character there, and it makes old characters weaker until they manage to like improve them with other systems. It's definitely something that's better for a game with either like a single character that you're going to progress forever. That way you could just keep adding merit systems. I think like Final Fantasy 11 has a merit system, because at some point they're like, listen, we can't actually bring the level above 99. Okay, that would be ridiculous. So we're going to give you other ways of getting stronger. Or something that has a true end game.
Those darn Iris jerks! They're the ones who forced Siobhan into hiding here, running this pesky bar. It's all their dirty scheming. Huh. I get it now. She's not leaving because she doesn't want to run into them again.
I do think the cool thing about games like this, though, which is actually where Genshin lacks, as much as I enjoy that game, because I do really enjoy playing Genshin, is this game and Honkai Impact 3rd have so many different game modes to play that they can do stuff like that in the other modes and expand.
Definitely appreciate it.
You gave up on the original Brave Exvius and go back to Where the Visions every so often. I don't have it installed right now, but it's been a few months. I might go back to Where the Visions. I do really enjoy the game. I've got so much actual, like, investment into it with units and stuff. I don't have 2B. I do have Lara Croft, though. But I've got so many units. I think War of the Visions is definitely better than Brave Exvius. Like, they learned a lot of their lessons.
I just don't get why she
A2. Oh, you had 2B, okay. I think it might have A2 and not 2B. Okay, I guess Happy was the one we were supposed to go to.
I've seen it. The moment when Siobhan and I share the stage.
But I've got so many leveled characters.
Going wild, applause crashing like waves, the aroma of irises.
And I just have not touched it.
A beautiful melody.
I think one of the reasons, too, is, like, I was originally playing games like this on my phone. And I only have so much space. And I was just enjoying Star Rail so much more than War of the Visions at the time that I just uninstalled it. But I don't even have Star Rail on my phone anymore. I probably could fit War of the Visions back on there.
That's why I
I pretty much only play this on my computer. Currently, I've been playing Ever Crisis. And enjoying the heck out of Ever Crisis. I love it way more than the remake, because I don't even like the remake. Which isn't even really a remake. Final Fantasy VII Remake is like a weird sequel redo. You ever got into a car crash and said, damn, today is my lucky day? No, but if I were to compare that to playing the original Brave Exvius and how bad the rates and how the systems were in that one, I probably would consider a car crash my lucky day.
find a place to reflect on what Siobhan truly means to me. Here's the payment for the drinks. Please, pass it on to her. I'm leaving now.
Amaki has left? That's good for her.
But are you all right, Clara, with your car crash?
Her drink is on the house. Please keep the money. When you're ready, go to Gallagher.
You know, every single car accident I've been in my entire life, my mother was the driver. And I don't know if that says something. Especially because at least 4 of them weren't her fault. Which is also, that's already a sad sentence to say at least 4 of them weren't her fault, which implies there were more than 4.
That being said, mixing a drink is way simpler than you'd imagine. Just pick your favorite ingredients, toss them in a glass, mix it up, and it's done.
One of them were so bad. You want to talk about, like, Texas drivers.
Explore the bar and bring me any ingredients you
One day, I was with my family. We were going to visit my uncle on my dad's side because we had family coming into town. They were going to be there. We were just all going to meet up there. And because my grandparents on my mom's side live in the same city at the time, we were just going to go from one family meetup to another. So, we're driving down the, like, judicial district in Dallas, where there's, like, the courthouse, bunch of, bail bonds places. There's also, like, a small little holding center, police stations and stuff nearby.
The original formula is said to be a new.
And as we're driving, we're passing by like a grocery center, and this car comes behind us, right? They're already behind us out of the grocery parking lot, go straight into the fast lane, which is already kind of, you know, iffy, but you can do that, right? They go straight into the passing lane, and instead of waiting behind us to get into the turning lane, to get into the bar they're going to, they zoom past us and then turn in front of us, straight from the passing lane into a bar parking lot. I think they went from a restaurant near the grocery store straight to a bar, and we rear end them, which already looks bad anytime you rear end somebody.
Bright future.
And luckily we were able to talk the police officer who showed up down, and they didn't even want to exchange information because I don't even think they were completely above board, you know? So it ended up working out for us, but it was a horrible crash. Like the front of the car was totaled. And it's like, who does that? That's not where you turn. It's one of the few times that I don't blame my mom for a car accident. I do like coin-shaped like lemon slices, but I feel like this character would really like a silly straw.
Concentric circles.
So we're gonna go with that. I don't even think we even ended up seeing my grandparents either because of that accident. I had to call up a friend who would pretty much do anything for me at any time to come and pick me and my brothers up. Or not my brothers, my brother and his girlfriend. That's who was with us. And get them home. And then I just went back with my friend. And my parents basically had to take a cab to my grandparents' place because they had nowhere else to go. Horrible experience.
The richness and layers of these flavors are a masterpiece, especially with the adjuncts.
Yeah, you can add both of me. I'll if you install it, I'll send my other ID in the DM you sent me earlier. I'll send this one too. You got both of them. I think I have 3 completely different characters on both of the supports. I think I have on my main account Acheron, Topaz, and Silverwolf as supports, and on this one I have Jingliu, Huahua, and actually trying to think, maybe Kafka? I'd have to check. But I like to have a wide variety for people to choose from, and I like to make sure there's at least a support character on there, because most people are good on damage, so if you need to pull something for grinding, it's usually like a support character that will end up filling out your roster or something.
I was right about you. You guys seem to know quite a bit, and now there's no reason to hide anything from you anymore.
Like, Topaz is a damage dealer, but she's also kind of a support character, and when I did the annual wrap-up, which if anybody's played the game, you should do the annual Trailblazer wrap-up. If you want to know what's going to be in it, I did a video on the YouTube channel that we're on, going through this account's little Trailblazer report. You get free Jade for doing it, but it also tells you interesting things about the time you did spend in the game. And Topaz was my most borrowed character.
After the incident, the Hounds wasted no time searching for that girl in both the dreamscape and reality. But here's the thing. We only received bad news, and the trickiest kind at that.
I think Huahua was my most borrowed on this personal account. If you were to go through it. Topaz on my main.
Does that
do you believe you have the Thunder General, Jing Yuan, MC, and Himeko set is yours. This is a pretty good diversity. Maybe things will turn out different than what we think.
Different? Are you suggesting that girl wasn't actually killed? Come on. Aren't you a witness in this case?
I believe.
Let me be frank. This case, actually, is unlike anything the Bloodhound family has dealt with before.
Dealt with before? So, death does happen in Penacony, if I understand correctly.
Specifically the tank MC. He seems to be the... Yeah, Fire MC is probably the most useful right now. I have a personal love for physical MC. But physical MC really only works as a breaker unit, which may come more in handy into the next meta that things are shifting into. But you could also play Fire MC as a breaker unit. I think the main character is actually just designed to break, right? That's why, like, you build Fire MC as a tank, but then you're still using, like, the AoE magma basic attack to break fire shields, and the ult to break fire shields. And it also looks like every MC is so far going to be better from the last, because I didn't want to see leaks, but they came to me whether I wanted to or not. The next one looks pretty strong and also built around breaking, so like a shonen protagonist, the MC is just going to get slightly better each time.
That's the exact wording.
Much better than Genshin, where, like, the only good version of the MC is Dendro. And that's not even like an S tier. It's like an A at best. Everything else is just bad.
I'm sure you must have noticed that this message didn't come from the family. You might have even guessed that the relationship between the family and the watchmaker isn't as close as it seems.
But I am doing the foolish task on my main account once I'm done building out my cash money team, because I did get a venturing on that one. And I realized, you want to hear something funny? I've been using Asta on my main account for a year now, right? That account, when looking through my Trail Race report, started the second day the game was live. I missed the first day. But I've been playing since day 2. And I think it's because I started installing it, but I didn't play until after midnight. So from my perspective, day 1, because it was still the same waking period for me. Or I guess after the daily reset, so it would have been like 4 o'clock in the morning.
So you want to seize this
But I'm playing since day 2. I've been running Asta as like my most used harmony since the beginning of the game. So I assumed, hey, Asta's traces must at least be okay, right? If I've been running her this time, I should have done that a long time ago. I recently looked, and her traces are like 3444 and has no side traces whatsoever. And I've been using her this whole time without her full benefits, and she's still been successful. Like, she's been helping the team, but she could be way more functional. So I'm building her out alongside Aventurine, and I'll be running Topaz, Ratio, Asta, and Aventurine together, who all have at least some connection to the IPC, because I think Asta's family are investors in it, or the money is somewhat tied to it. And she buys a lot of stuff from the IPC too for the space station. A lot of the research there is tied directly to it too. So I've got my cash money team, which will be very, very fun, especially because once Asta is properly built, she will be buffing the Topaz half of the 2 damage dealers from her trace that increases fire damage, and also because I will be running Planetary Rendezvous on her. I could run Dance Dance Dance. It would be beneficial for the whole team. But Asta makes me fast enough, and those 2 characters are Hunt. I think I'm fine with just running Planetary Rendezvous to make Topaz even stronger. And I can run the new Izumo set, which increases damage if somebody of the same path is on the team, or increases crit rate or something like that. So I can run it on both the Hunt characters of Topaz and Ratio. And then I can run the Penacony ornaments on both Asta and Aventurine, which will help increase the damage of both Topaz and Ratio, respectively. It's a really stupid comp, and I'm going to have a lot of fun with it once it's built.
I would have expected you to take us to maybe a library or an archive room of sorts.
Especially because I really like follow-up. Even before Topaz came out, the two comps I've been playing from the very beginning, before Kafka came out, was Dot and follow-up. Those were my favorites, and there have been so many cool characters that come out to make those comps more fun.
All the prisoners were brought here, helping the Garden of Recollection salvage the leaking memoria from the macro void. The prolonged exposure to high concentrations of memoria caused a unique phenomenon. The dreams of countless prisoners intersected and overlapped, and people started meeting each other in their dreams, living lives that were almost identical to reality. But everything has a price, and sweet dreams are no exception. In the end, the dream world was unable to alleviate the suffering of prisoners in reality. One of the prisoners broke free from the IPC's shackles and fought for freedom. He is
See, it still frustrates you that speed is mandatory in many cases for boost slots. Understand importance, just wish wasn't arbitrarily the best option. Yeah, the thing is, it's because of how action value works in the game, right? Because what's really the best option is getting as many actions as possible. So, if you are the main damage dealer, in most cases, yes, you're going to need speed, because that's how you're going to get them more actions. In the follow-up comp, both of the hunt characters you still want to be fast, because that'll increase how many actions they have, right? But then also them being faster and going more will increase both of the others' actions as well. And then Aventurine doesn't need to be fast to that team, because his action value gets increased by other follow-ups going. So you can actually run defense boots on Aventurine in that case. Or Acheron doesn't need speed boots, as long as you have like Nihility characters or anybody with a debuff that is adding more debuffs, because then she'll get to ult more often. So the real thing is that you just need to increase the number of actions. It's just for the vast majority of characters, because a lot of them don't have mechanics that do that otherwise, speed is the only way to increase their actions. It's also why Bronya super busted at the beginning of the game if people happen to get her, because she gives you more actions. In fact, I run as much speed as possible in Bronya, so I don't have to worry about it as much on, say, the other characters. Or, like, the one she's advancing. Robin's going to be kind of busted for that, because you don't have to worry as much about speed on everyone else, and you can let her be slow. So if she goes after everybody else's turn in the cycle, then she can immediately advance them back forward, because she gives the whole team 100% advance with a fixed end of her, like, ultimate at 90. And then she'll do extra damage on everybody else's turn after it's cast. So I do think speed, while it will still always have value, the more options we get for other people that get more turns, the less it's going to matter. If that makes sense. Okay, wait. It's this. Like, no, there's a different way of putting it. It's not the less that it's going to matter. It's just your options will open up more. I think that's what I mean. Because it's still going to matter for all the other characters that it matters for. Okay, we want this. We want to connect. There. Like, especially love Kafka being on the same team as Acheron, because since Kafka's follow-up attack applies shock, then that is just one more thing that lets Acheron go more often without her needing speed.
Many of them. I've never seen anything like this.
I do need to put a different light cone. I haven't bothered upgrading pearls on this account. I need the, what's it called? The pearls of sweat or whatever. The one, it's one of the ones that actually applies a debuff when you hit it. It's the one that has Luca on there. And it's good on her because even with her basic attack, sometimes she will, apply a debuff. Sampo's an okay one. I really just need to build up Pela on this account so that I can use her instead. I just have Sampo built because I play Dot. Because his basic attack also applies Wind Shear, so that's just another debuff right there without having to use skill points. And when he does the basic attack, immediately afterwards Kafka gets to go, which then adds another stack to Acheron's ultimate because, again, the follow-up does shock.
Does that mean the Watchmaker was personally involved in that war?
Though I definitely would like to increase the speed of those other units, because then Acheron gets to go more. I could run speed on Acheron, though. That's fine, because I have her light cone. I got lucky. On both accounts, I have her light cone on both accounts. And her light cone, once you have it, really increases the rate she gets to go, because it gives her 2 stacks. So the more she gets to go, the faster you fill up the bar. Well, otherwise, you kind of just don't want her to go so much because you're using more skill points than you want to.
I'm not sure, but Mikhail was already the Watchmaker when I met
One of the major points of focus for your project is effort-based progression instead of level ups. Okay, like FF2. Yeah.
I'm 13.
You do a thing, you get better at it. No, that 13. That's a hint at what he is. There's a lot of games that did that. Even 11 kind of brought that in, right? Because while you have traditional levels, 11 also has the weapon skill system, so you have to raise up your weapon levels differently. I like that. I like it when games do that. I do feel like having an overall level can still be good. But the way I would probably do that is by just having a player or party level, and then let you upgrade the individual characters the way that you want them to. I've actually been thinking of a RPG myself that does something like that. Because I want to have an RPG with a really big roster, where you get to pick and choose depending on the levels which one you use. And by big roster, I mean like 10 playable characters from the start. But I don't want to punish somebody for like playing their favorites and then needing to switch. So I just want to have a party level for it. And then let you have loadouts for the other characters.
Worst betrayal of all. Just like you, I had close companions.
I think that would be fun.
Ourselves to Penacony. But the Oak family,
that way you never actually have to grind an individual character. Though I would put in missions where you could unlock special skills that only that character gets.
to find our own path. We were branded traitors of the Harmony, even though the true traitors were someone else.
Because I like grinding.
Praise the Watchmaker's name.
But grinding's great when you have like a very limited roster, right? Because as much as I like grinding, you really only want to grind one party. You don't... Like, Final Fantasy VI is great, but boy, grinding every character in Final Fantasy VI, and you're like, I at least want to get them to 60. They need to at least be 60, maybe 70. Definitely not bringing them all to 99, but they need to at least be 60. It was a pain in the butt. I was just bringing everyone to the dinosaur forest. I'm just turning my brain off and grinding there. But if you can make the grind fun, interesting, and not punishing, I love grinding. Grinding's my favorite. I have a grinding addiction sometimes.
But it was actually a punishment. Since then, I've been completely cut off from my...
It's actually my problem with this game. Everybody like talks about how the grind is so annoying. It's like, no, I love the grind. The annoying part is that it's tied to stamina, and I don't get to grind as much as I actually want to.
No one could find him. That's when I realized that the Penacony I once...
See, something similar to level exists in the form of rated power, RP. As you complete milestones, RP can be raised via difficult trial encounters. Completing them yields high stat capacity, etc. That's cool. Yeah, as long as there's something. Milestones are cool too, because, like you said, you're doing this similar to like a tabletop game, and a lot of DMs just give you your levels based on when you complete milestones in the campaign. So that makes sense.
Unfortunately, after all these years, I have no idea who that person is, or if they're even real. Or just Mikhail's lost soul haunting the dreams. So, do you understand why I'm spilling all this info? Because I believe the girl's death must be connected to the Watchmaker's legacy. And at the end of all these mysteries, we will find the answers we are seeking. If it really is Mikhail's ghost, I want to meet him. If only for the last time. For those who despise me could form a line from here all the way to the entrance of the hotel. But those willing to look me in the eye and hear me out? Let's just say, there won't be many. I've told you all I know is a sign of gratitude. Thank you for listening to this old dog. Bark and all. Something just happened at the theme park. Now if you'll excuse me, good luck to all of you. How ironic. What's so different between the stowaways rejected by Penacony today and the dream seekers once hailed as pioneers several amber eras ago?
I've been loving the Penacony story. But doesn't it feel like it's been a really long time since we actually got to play the game? Like, I know they want to tell so much story. I love it. This has been, narratively, my favorite patch out of all of them. The most recent one. But they could have at least done it better where there was more combat or things to do in between. So we're not just going from, like, adventuring story ending to Acheron and Welt talking, back to us. No combat, no walking around, anything.
Exactly. Gallagher suggests that the real traitor is someone else.
You could give me something.
Probably within the Oak family.
Like, sure, we just got to do a puzzle, but then we took 5 steps, and then we're back in a cutscene again. And the puzzle was completely optional. Like, we could have just walked straight into the cutscene.
With what we've gathered so far. Firefly got involved in this mess because of the legacy. And now we're sure that Aventurine's accusations against Acheron are baseless.
I don't know.
You're really into Clocky, huh? He's just a fictional character.
I actually don't really care for Clocky.
Speaking of which, that Clocky who only reveals himself to you is quite intriguing. It's a shame we've never met him since then. Now that we've confirmed a lot of our suspicions, let's take a moment to think about the clues we have. Send a message to Welt and see how things are going on his end.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this last time too. I like how Welt is clearly not showing his hand. Because he is a very intelligent person with a very good memory. And knowing another version of her, he probably recognized Acheron right away. Which is another reason why he probably told that story to her about the spiritual Adam.
Are your companions worried about you?
They're just checking up on me. Let's get in and get out. Seems they've made some progress. Looks like we're about to enter the depths of Dewlight Pavilion.
It's been a
Hey, we're
smooth
back here
ride.
again.
Almost too smooth for a heavily guarded mansion.
Let's see if there's anyone waiting to greet us.
This is another problem that I've had with, like, the trial characters. Which... do I have the trial version of Acheron on? Do we have to use the trial version? I have the character. They are letting me use mine. Is theirs better, though? Because this one's just not really built. Oh, we can't view their character details. Because, sadly, the only thing I have is this quantum set. That I stole from another character. Because I'm still trying to farm her the stuff she needs. And this has okay crit. Can I level this? This isn't great, but it'd still just be better to have stats. I can shove some things in there. See, Gallagher looks pretty cool. You weren't wrong about him looking more masculine. MiHoYo can make manly men. Yeah, they have the capacity. They totally do. If you haven't seen him, you should look up the character Risley. In Genshin, it's spelt the W at the beginning Frenchly, so like it's like Riothsely. But Risley's a pretty masculine guy. He's a warden of a prison. They can make masculine characters. It's something that they've only really started doing more recently. I think they finally understand the appeal. And I think, too, it comes down to what is considered masculine in a Western sense, right? Which is probably why they're having to finally just get to the appeal of it. Okay, cool. Still not the best piece, but it's better than nothing. I mean, this one does have a crit rate. But she does break things with her ult, so I think the break effect might be a better stat. I don't know. But I don't know how theirs are. Maybe I'll just play with theirs anyway. I remember it being okay. And I think I ended up playing with theirs prior to pulling Acheron on my main account. So I remember doing fine with it. And they probably have the Pioneer set on her. So she probably has the proper stats. They usually never give you a bad story character. So I think we'll just play with theirs anyway.
Something feels off. A grand mansion like this and not a butler or servant in sight. Could it be due to the disruption caused by the emergency? Well, this door is open. Looks like we'll have to...
I think the thing that helps sell Gallagher's manliness more than anything, and I have not heard his voice in the other languages. A lot of times I do go to look, at least in Chinese and Japanese. Mostly the Chinese, because that's the native language of the developers. But the fact that in English he's voiced by the same guy that plays Draven and Jax in League of Legends.
Presence is authorized by the family, but I can't come up with any excuses for being here.
I see. What an interesting technique.
Yeah, no, Risley is a cool character. And he doesn't actually have cat ears, it's just his hair. Because he's not like a cowboy, but yeah, they do kind of... He's similar to like Deha, right? Where like it's just cat-ish design. But the cool thing is he's a catalyst user that punches things. So he just punches ice instead of casting spells. It's fun. He's basically the ice version of Terry Bogard. Even like his ult is Buster Wolf. I really just want to say, "Are you okay?" every time I use his elemental burst. Are you okay? Buster Wolf!
The model in the sand pit. It's the golden hour, isn't it?
Maybe the
Such a fun character. That's currently the person I am upgrading in Genshin. Though I upgraded Navia first, despite having him longer. And one of the reasons for that is just the boss that you need to kill for him is just so annoying. It takes so long no matter how strong your character is. Navia is like one of the strongest characters in the whole game. I actually have her built. She's like my main, and it still takes me a long time to kill it because it's like one of those mechanic centric boss fights. I don't think using skills works. This is just a walk in and do it. So yeah. I was like thinking here if I should skill. It's like they're not gonna let me use any techniques against this guy. Oh, dude, I love Terry Bogard. He's one of my favorite. And he's cool, too. But I love Terry. I like King of Fighters as well. The original Fatal Fury's fun, but I ended up liking King of Fighters better. And Terry's one of the ones I always play. I tend to play Terry, Mai, and Athena. Those are the ones I usually play in a team. Ow. Oh yeah, I love her technique. Definitely, you should definitely pull for her when the rerun comes around. I would have regretted not pulling for her. But like, I knew I was going to want her because she's Raiden Mei. She's like a personal favorite of the Hoyo team, so like I knew she was going to be busted. It was inevitable. I didn't even need to see any leaked information. Like, of course they're going to make Mei strong. They made Raiden Shogun strong too. She's strong in every game.
Say bye to breathing. Good time to say bye.
I should have let Sampo go first. Put the dot on. It'll still be fine though.
Another journey begins.
Yeah, it's confirmed that she's Raiden Mei. Yeah. She's just a different Raiden Mei. Even the last conversation with Welt, when he was talking about the spiritual Adam, she was like, the things you said overlap with my history quite a lot. She just comes from like another world. Oh wow, I killed him without needing to ult. She just comes from another world where it, like similar things happened, but in like a different aesthetic, where it all had these Japanese, like Shinto stuff to it. If you look at her trailer where she talks about her past, all of like the Oni that they had to fight match up with like the Hersher and the Divine Keys, and it's in the exact order that happened in Honkai Impact 3rd, which you would have had to have played that game to know that, but a lot of other people probably have shared that information. It's just 100% a variant of her. Even when in her trailer, she even had like the horns that like the Hersher of Thunder have, just slightly different.
So you're saying someone deliberately cleared the place out?
Yeah, but I don't know why.
That's why I'm still waiting. Like, Bronya's in this game, Raiden Mei's in this game. Eventually, there's going to be a version of Kiana in this game, and it's probably going to be the most busted character. Especially in like every game she's in, Kiana's like the strongest character in the world, by the end at least. People think like Kiana's strong in Honkai Impact 3rd because she defeated like or pushed back the Kakuna finality or became it or whatever when she became the Hersher finality. But the version of her in Gun Girl Z is like as strong as an Eldritch God from Lovecraft, like an outer one. She could probably end up destroying a multiverse.
Looks like the rumors were right. Death does seem to be targeting random victims. And based on Sunday's notes, he's no stranger to death.
He's just surprised that it has resurfaced. This light cone is securely guarded.
I really wish Gun Girl Z was still like supported in North America in English. I would totally play that game. They're still updating it too, but it's only I think I don't think there's a European version. I think it's just China and Japan. But they're like 11, like version 11 point something now. It's been going on for 10 years. That's crazy. It takes way too long to catch up on anything. It takes long enough to catch up on Honkai Impact 3rd, and it's been going on for 7 years.
Will eventually fade away.
That's also why after you play the first chapter, they just let you skip to part 2.
Seek, and you will find.
Blah, blah, blah. I'm not reading all that. I've read it before.
As soon as I and the rest of the crew arrived in Penacony, Mr. Sunday and Robin showed up to greet us. I remember hearing something unusual in her voice. And now it seems I was right.
Robin believed it was because the harmony had been tampered with somehow. But as far as I know, there aren't many entities capable of interfering with the power of paths.
Meaning?
If there really is a traitor within the family, that person must hold a high position.
See, one of the things that I really like about these games, aside from their mechanics and characters, is the extended lore that they're building up with this whole, I guess it'd be proper to call it the Hoyo-verse because that's what they use for the branding now, but they originally called it the Honkai-verse or the Honkai-verse, depending on which language you're speaking. And I just love the universe they're building in the lore, and it kind of scratches the same itch that the extended universe of Final Fantasy, especially when they started interacting with each other through Dissidia, or like Kingdom Hearts scratches.
It seems neither the Dream Master of Penacony nor this...
Without me being disappointed in their future games. Oh man, I hope I like Kingdom Hearts 4 more than I did 3.
Maybe the other family has
I'm prepared for disappointment.
Deal. One thing's for sure. There's a lot of internal conflict within the family, and everybody has their own agenda.
Mr. Sunday has done some serious research on his suspects. This traitor must have been causing trouble for the family for a long time.
They all seem to be insiders, but I haven't met...
I do think they do that on purpose, though. Like, they're trying to scratch the same itch, because you could tell that they are definitely fans of these games. Like, there's a lot of games that inspire. Final Fantasy is clearly a big inspiration on this game in particular. You can tell the Shin Megami Tensei games are a little, too. You can tell that, like, Devil May Cry and Kingdom Hearts are both big inspirations on Impact 3rd. Obviously, like, Zelda's a big inspiration on Genshin. They're gamers who just want to make games that they enjoy and also want to make a lot of money off of them. And tons of references throughout it, too. A bunch of homages.
Watch out. Someone's approaching.
I don't think trespassing on forbidden areas is the way to be a guest, Mr. Yang. And... Acheron? The Galaxy Ranger?
Our apologies, Mr. Sunday. Nobody came to greet us, so we entered without permission. I hope you can forgive us.
But even if there's no one to greet you, you should wait for the host. Don't you agree? Even without the famous Galaxy Ranger. As far as I know, the crew has officially accepted the family's commission, so coming here will be unnecessary for you.
On the contrary, that's exactly why we're here, to ask you about the case and gather more information. We don't want any loose ends.
Well, since you've come with goodwill, I have no reason to show you the door.
Rest assured, he hasn't figured out that we went through those documents.
Yeah, MiHoYo makes some decent games. Only complaint has been the simplicity of the character systems and the prior lack of masculine males. I mean, those are fair complaints, too. I mean, these games aren't without complaints. I've got plenty of complaints of them, and I actually really enjoy the games. They're currently some of my favorite games, and I still have plenty of complaints about them.
That the murderer was within the family.
But they're at least doing a lot of things that a lot of the like I said, they scratch the same itch. A lot of those other companies and stuff aren't doing anymore, so.
Well, other family heads share the same suspicions.
It is what it is.
But, in my opinion, the true murderer would never have drawn as much attention as that ambassador did. Not to mention,
For being service games, they definitely need to incorporate more interpersonal play. Whether even if it's not true co-op or multiplayer, they just need to incorporate more interpersonal play between other players.
They can plunge their evil dagger into the heart of the righteous.
Don't necessarily need PvP, because that's a quick way to ruin games, because then the power creep ends up being awful when it comes to PvP, and then like the monetary value of a game has to shoot up because then you have to keep up. But there's other things they could do for interpersonal play.
You never know what unexpected troubles could arise.
See, complaints about your top game of all time. Don't believe in the perfect game paradigm. I've never given a 10. Probably never will. I'm trying to think if I've ever given a 10. Because I think when I do think of a game, I have to compare it to its time, like when it came out, what its system on. I think I probably could think of a 10. I would just have to think about it for a bit. But it would have to be relatively a 10. And even then, it had to be a game that still holds up afterwards. And like, you could be a 10 on the SNES and still remain a 10 on the SNES because it's a game that's worth going back. And still better games would come afterwards. I'm just trying to think if there's any. Can I think of a game where, for what it does, it doesn't have any, like, actual flaws?
According to a Peerpoint hotline tip, there was a major breakthrough in the shocking Ejhazio Aventurine case. The suspect has been arrested. This fraud case has been linked to many departments within the
Trying to think.
Corporation and the intelligence.
As far as like turn-based RPGs go, there may not be a 10 out of 10, because I think Chrono Trigger might be the closest thing to that, and I still probably only give that like a 9.8. And I've played a lot of turn-based RPGs.
Who does not carry an interstellar refugee travel permit. As per Strategic Investment Department Head Diamond's sentiments, the IPC has appropriately relocated the suspect in the spirit of the charter and will continue to conduct further investigations.
You know what? I'm going to say 10 out of 10. Okay, and I won't even accept any argument against this. For its time, for what it did, and also being an upgrade from the previous entries. Oh my god, Jade is so hot. It's going to be so bad that I'm going to have no actual Jade to give her after I pull everything into Firefly. But for its time, a game that I thought is a 10 out of 10 is probably Super Mario Bros. 3. If I had to give it to any game, it's Super Mario Bros. 3 as a platformer. For the time that it came out, mechanically, stellar, still holds up. I could play that game anytime on any system, no problem. Even like a couple of few things that people might pick at were obviously done on purpose. Like the one level that you can't beat. Like that was obviously a puzzle and it's pretty fun. The only way you could beat it is by flying over the top. I think Mario Bros. 3 is probably one of the few games I can give a 10 out of 10 to.
Did you also think that?
And I'm considering the limitations of the system it's on.
Ask and you shall receive. You wanted the perfect construction material. All I did was offer a possibility. It was just a small wager.
Though I also think, in some ways, if we're considering limitations and people working with them, it's probably easier to give a higher score to an older game.
Pity your luck has run out.
Like, it was harder to figure out what they were doing, especially since most things haven't been done yet. But also it's easier because limitations.
be brought before you for the next high-stakes gamble.
Then let's talk about the second gamble. Tell me, what are you prepared to wager this time?
My life. I bet you won't send me to the gallows.
What do you want then?
I want your
I also really like Jade's hat. I don't know, I'm a sucker for like girls wearing those over-the-top derby hats.
I want cash.
It can't be that simple, can it?
It is that simple. 30 tanbas. The remainder of my market value. 30 tanbas. No more, no less. With this money, I'll climb to even greater heights than you. Grasp even more riches than you. I wager you won't give me this chance.
I think another reason why it's easier to give older games is because things haven't been done before, right? Because since an older game always exists and it is possible to play it, anytime a newer game comes out, it has to be compared to the older game. Especially since there are less restrictions on each system. And you could still be a very solid game, by respect. But then it's like, well, it's like Banjo-Tooie, for example, right? Banjo-Tooie was smart enough not to take away anything that was in Banjo-Kazooie and just make everything revolve around the new stuff in the game. But imagine if, like, they just ignored everything in Banjo-Kazooie happened. Which, in some ways, Banjo-Kazooie is still a more solid game than Tooie is. Right? Like, you have to always judge everything with the fact that time moves forward and all those old things still exist. So it does become progressively harder to get perfect scores. Because you don't necessarily have to do something new, but you can't do anything less, right?
Then choose your desired identity. And then, use them well, child. May your plans never suffer failure.
Unless, actually, no, you could do less. if less fixes the problem that doing more before did. Like Final Fantasy's problem is moving away from turn-based games, and it'd be better if they did less, quote-unquote.
People can't always make the right choices in their lives.
We gotta roll the clock back some.
Luck has always been on my side. I've never lost. Is it because Gaiathra blesses me? Well, if that's the case, she must also be looking upon me right now. My success is inevitable. But what then? Even if I overcome this difficult trial, what would come next?
If I think there's a modern game that that probably comes close to 10 out of 10, it's probably Stardew Valley. And I think part of it too is not only is it like years ago already a solid game for free, no extra cost. The developer just keeps updating it and making the game better because people keep buying it, so he just still has more time and money to update the game. And if you're into those type of games, it is probably the pinnacle of farming simulator games similar to Harvest Moon. That's probably one of the only ones in the modern day that I think comes close to being called a 10 out of 10. But I also think if you're going to rate a game, it has to be in respect to its genre.
What? Am I dreaming? Or have I gone completely insane?
Stardew with turn-based? I could see it. I think the only issue with that is working it in with the internal clock of the game.
When you were strapped to that
Right, but you're trying to work in that rune factory to it quite a bit, and I could understand that.
Fine. I may be crazy, but I'm not stupid. Get out of my head, newborn of the Harmony.
The Harmony? Oh, don't play the fool.
I can't believe that I've been running this stream for 4 hours now, and we're still not even at the Aventurine boss fight. We haven't even really been dilly-dallying. It's just most of this has been them talking. I haven't sidetracked. We haven't done any additional grinding. Right? We haven't gone off to level anyone or get any relics. I know I did have a problem at first because I was trying to do some weird thing with follow-up characters, and this account really just isn't built for that, so we weren't going anywhere fast. But I made up for that by switching to Akron and just killing most of the enemies. And we're still just sitting here. And I love the story, but I figured we would have been at the boss fight by now. Though I've already done this before, but I didn't clock how long it took me to play this patch, and we pretty much started this patch today. People have said that if you just watch through everything without like skipping forward by clicking, it takes about 6 hours to get through this. So we might still have a little under 2 hours left to go. Let's see. Not played Rune Factory. Exceed has bad habit of terrible localization, so you tend to avoid anything they touch. Yeah, that's understandable.
First, I'm hearing things.
It's completely understandable.
Great. Am I going to be elevated into the Harmony's Emanator next? Why are there no guests here? Just a Pepeshi? No. Child.
It's little Kakavasha. So you're gonna let me break these before the scene starts. This is not the team I want. We're gonna fix this in a second. Because this, even though Kafka's probably one of the most built characters on the account, I don't want her being the main damage dealer here. So we're gonna... And we also don't need 2 sustains. Right? That's completely unnecessary. So we're going to keep her. But I don't want her in that place. We're going to go Akron, Kafka, and Sparkle. I think will be fine. I think, even though we'll be losing some damage from not having 2 Nihility, this is what I was doing earlier, we'll make up for it just from more turns and skill points from Sparkle. So I think we're fine. This is fine. It was working earlier.
Miners weren't allowed in Golden Hour. Hey kid, you okay? Are you lost?
I find it really funny. In some ways, my personal account, the one I don't use for streaming, is way better off because I have the characters I want, personally, and they're actually really well built. Right? Like, I can do MOC on that account. In other ways, this account's better because I just randomly pull on this account and get things. And it has characters like Jinglu and Sparkle and stuff that I don't have on my main account.
They're pretty, aren't they? Sis said they're a gift from Mama.
And it's like, you know, this actually has 2 really good teams that can brute force through almost any Memory of Chaos. I just have to actually build them.
Are you alone?
That's why, you know what? I think we'll do some pulls. Right before I'm ready to leave the stream, whenever that's going to be. Screw it. We're not going to save on this account ever. This account is just pull on every character and just deal with whatever we get. I think it's more fun that way for an account that literally only exists for streaming.
Mama Thunka. No, it can't. There aren't any Avgens left.
Did I miss something? Was there... No, it's the other side that's got the chest. Okay. In fact, screw it. I'm bored. We've been playing this for a while. Let's just do some pulls now. Or actually, I think I got another achievement. We should pull off as many jade as we can first. Why the heck not? That was the principle I started when I first started this account, was we just pull on every character randomly as we get it and just deal with whatever we get. I think we're going to stick to it. We even have a 10 pull sitting right there. So let's go. Let's see if we get anything interesting. Because we definitely need idolins for our 4-stars still on this account, so it really doesn't matter what we get. I'm also really hoping to lose a 50-50, because I have not lost one on this account yet, and I feel like this account is just stealing all of my luck that could be on my main. Memories of the past? Do we need that? I don't think we need that light cone. See, Stardew gets even better once you delve into mods. Yeah, I've been playing with a bunch of people recently, and we're just trying to beat the main stuff first. I think after the current run we're on, because I've played it before, but when I played it originally, it was back on like PlayStation 4 when the game was new, so Ginger Island didn't even exist yet, and this is my first like full run since then. After we finish the year, or the second year, and we actually get our grade, I think we're going into extended or expanded, and I think we're also going to maybe add Ridge Valley. Those are like the two important ones. See what we, okay. Mostly trash. But that's what we're doing. We're just pulling as we get now. Saving is for my main account. Oh, what am I doing?
Stream 4. The gleam of old blades.
See, it adds some great romanceable characters, notably the art hoe with pink hair. Generally felt bad for her. She has a brutal backstory. Listen, there's only one character I romance. There we go. And that is Abigail. Nobody else is worth romancing to me. A faithful guy. I've done, back when the game was originally made, I've done many runs just to end up marrying her every single time. Unless somebody else plays on my account, I will never get the achievements for the other characters. Just the way it is. But, you know, I've been playing multiplayer, that's good. Especially if there's more characters. That means there's less competition for the one I actually want. In fact, I kind of like it when other people like other characters. Especially because when I first started the run, I came in late and I still ended up winning Abigail. Just because that was the only thing I was focused on. There were 2 other guys trying to marry her too in our group. I'm like, oh, you're turning this into a competition now. I clearly won. We're about to have our second kid.
However, people don't see it like that. Especially since the flavor of the dream syrup is so alluring. You will receive no
I think the thing I like the most about Abigail as a character, too, is that she just really wants to escape her life. And you even kind of save her from that mentality. But, like, she plays video games as an escape because she'd rather be off on an adventure. And she even, like, practices sword fighting and stuff because she wants to go into the mines and everything. And I don't know, I like her spirit. You give her a different escape. One that she would ultimately like better anyway. And I like that they added the max heart, like the 14 heart thing. And one day, her practicing her sword fighting and stuff actually comes in handy because she saves you from like one of those mandrake characters or whatever in the backwoods. Character you mentioned similar sort. Her parents died in a car crash. You help her through some tough emotional shit, and she falls for you. That's pretty cool. I also like that Abigail is the daughter of a wizard and doesn't even know it. Which also kind of explains why she's got this adventuring wanderlust in her.
Well, the best way to prevent others from seeing your true colors is first being able to fool yourself. Of course. I know you won't.
Though I respect any choice anybody has in Stardew, except for two. There are two that I just cannot accept. And it is Elliot, who dislikes pizza, and Leia, who hates pizza. Because I can't accept courting any person that doesn't like pizza. It's the one line.
Oh, I thought you knew. Didn't you say you had me pegged? We're done. Either stop talking or disappear from my sight. That's fine. But who exactly is about to disappear here?
And if any of the extended characters also dislike pizza, they can go wander off themselves. It's not conducive to a happy relationship, I'll tell you that. Now, if they had a good reason, like, I don't know, they're lactose intolerant or something, that'd be fine. But none of them have a good reason. Where is it? There it is.
Playing hide and seek. I'm really good at this.
See, which one is this? Okay, it's not this one. It's the other one that leads to the secret area, right? I think so. Plus, I don't think you want to go to the secret area until you come back with the others. Anyway, because I don't think the people will be there. Because there's nobody here right now.
Stream 4.
Oh, there's another guy over here. He's facing a corner. I don't think they tell you anybody's favorite foods in this game. Like, some of them you know, right? Like, obviously, Acheron being May peaches, right? But for most characters, you don't really know their food because they don't tell you. If I found out a Star Rail character didn't like pizza, I'd probably immediately disown them. Let's see. Oh, okay, I see. There we go. I'd be like, I'm gonna revoke your pass to come onto the Astral Express. You can't come here anymore. Sorry, we're having a pizza party. You're not invited. You wouldn't like it anyway.
Hide and seek. What sweet childhood memories. When Mama said goodbye that day, how many catechins were like jackals hot on your heels? I know you won't forget that sound anytime soon. Those shrill cackles. You had to hide right under the noses of those savages. You and Big Sis, playing dead, drifting in all that bloody water. Completely ruined that shirt. Shame. Wasn't that the last?
You know why they're talking? Because I think in half an hour, the Hoyo Lab check-in resets. I'm gonna go log into that on my phone so we can get free stuff. Because I like free stuff.
Now you don't have to hide. You probably won't even deign to get your pretty outfit wet in the rain. And your social capital has changed after all.
I've never changed.
On the contrary, now you're the one who does the hunting. The last round of hide and seek, and you get to be it. You should enjoy it.
That child. Could he be in here?
Okay. There we go. Now that should be prepared for when it resets. Especially right now, there's like a 7-day check-in on top of the normal daily check-in where you get some jade since it's the anniversary. And every little bit counts.
Stream 4.
Is this... a topaz? What is this doing here?
I use the app for my main account, but I'm not logging out of that. We'll just use the browser.
What? Does your cornerstone wrench out of your heart, son?
I was merely curious at why it was here.
Maybe that winged guy put it here. To taunt you. Just to make you realize that your painstakingly arranged magic show is nothing but a death rattle.
Hmm.
This is just bait. Of course. That's why Ratio's betrayal was one of the keys to your plan.
There was something that I did kind of figure out really early on by accident when I was talking to my brother. And it's because I was looking at birthstones, and especially in China, aventurine and jade are often interchangeable and confused for each other. And I had this whole conversation explaining that to him before this patch happened, and then they ended up using that exact same concept. I'm like, I don't know. This is a whole great minds think alike thing. I like it when your brain can naturally wander in the same direction as the creators. Same thing with like Sunday. Like the name Sunday, originally because they were using days of the week, was reminding me of Mr. Wednesday in Neil Gaiman's American Gods, who just turned out to be Odin, which, like, I knew immediately Wednesday is Woden's day. And it just kept, like, in my head, inciting these images, and like, you know, I think Sunday might actually be the twist here. At least part of it, anyway. He's giving me mad Cacolia vibes. And then the boss's name is Septimus, which is the seventh son. And Sunday's the seventh day. Head of the seventh family.
Why are you even asking me? Must I do all the work? Aventurine is the stone of luck and trickery. That's what she said when you received the stone, wasn't it? This type of stone isn't rare, but its hue is very similar to a certain gem. In fact, it's often used as a substitute. And that more precious gem is... Jade. Even Sunday can't tell the difference. Well, looks like Jade can be substituted for Aventurine, too. Sauce for the goose. Aventurine, Topaz, Jade. 3 elites, 3 cornerstones who, for a measly penny, offered their everything. Oh, you're even more united than the family. As I've said before, 3 chips are sufficient. All or nothing. But will it be the former or the latter? We'll find out soon enough. So, where's the real Aventurine stone? Take it out. Let's have a look. Suddenly, you don't know where it is? I just want to hear you say it. After all, it really does resemble its owner. As you wish, then. They never went anywhere. They're right where they belong. Piled up with these cheap baubles. You smashed the Aventurine stone before you left? Oh, just look at it. Shattered. Just like your life.
Hey, as long as it still works, doesn't matter if it's shattered.
A humble pebble coated in the most lustrous sheen. I take it back. This thing is far more precious than
think the IPC will let you get off scot-free. Well, Diamond has always been all about results. As long as I can create value far beyond the cost, the ends justify the means. How else would the family be fooled if there was no price to pay? It doesn't matter. Even smashed to smithereens.
Oh god, this thing is on. I need to stretch.
Its effect may be greatly diminished, but it's enough for me.
Oh my god.
Now I'm really curious. Why does every step you take involve reckless risks, and the choices you prepare for yourself always come with a strong...
Sitting down for too long. Oi.
Do you truly believe that the greater the risk, the greater the rewards? I wouldn't have guessed you'd be so loyal to the IPC. There is so much you can say. Which is also
Give a very basic primer on the concept of rated power and DMs. Try not to discuss ideas too publicly, as you've seen others have their stuff outright stolen for daring to be public with them. I mean, that's fair. Usually if I have a good idea, I'm fine with just saying it publicly. Personally. Just because if I never get around to it, I just kind of want to see it made. So I don't mind if somebody else does it before me. But, like, I can understand, especially if you're really gung-ho about making something. Not wanting it being swept up from underneath you. I'll give it a look later when I'm done streaming.
Hello. We meet again, Mr. Pretty Eyes.
Yes. We meet again. Did you find your mother and father?
Of course. Big Sis is there too. The four of us were just playing hide and seek. I'm so happy. On our way here, Papa even brought me to see a flim.
Flim.
I think you mean film.
Yes, that's it. Putting many drawings together and turning them into a moving wall painting. They put me, Papa, Mama, and Big Sis together, turning us into one big family. You should give it a try too, mister. You look sad. The amusement park will cheer you up.
Sure.
Nope. Time to follow the kid that doesn't really exist. Oh no, we have to do this. I think the first one's simple. I hate this though. It's not even hard, it's just annoying. I just recently had to do all of these because I was looking for more jade for adventuring pulls. The whole thing is like you wait till the very last second, like once you're in this guy's path, and then you get the speed boost. Drafting off of them. And then once you're glowing like this, you can just destroy them. Super cheesy easy.
How's that? Not a bad score, eh?
I don't mind them here and there. Especially looking at Impact Third. I think they've always been good at like their mobile mini games that they put into things. It's just when they take you away from the story, they can be annoying. It's a fine thing to end up cleaning up later, though.
Stream 4. Gleeful
I think. Yeah, there's a elite over there. The monkey guy. Monkey guy is great because he sucks against Aventurine. Let's go.
Watch this.
Stream 4.
You've been playing a lot of Star Trek Fleet Command of late. Returned to it on a whim. Got one of the better guilds on your server by pure happenstance. Not stopped playing since. I don't think I've ever played Fleet Command. I used to play Star Trek Online a lot. I really liked the way the ship battles were, but everything else was just too much like every other MMO that same company made, and I stopped playing it after a while. I don't really play too many Star Trek games. I like Star Trek. I just have not been fond of most of the games that involving their IP.
Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
It's on me.
Feeling spiffy?
Say bye to breathing.
Always feeling spiffy. Let's go. Oh, nice. The defense reduction on the bounce back counts as a debuff for Acheron's ult. Let's go.
For oblivion.
This monkey just gets destroyed by shields because it bounces the bottles back. So let's keep it up. Oh, no. See, if I do that, then she doesn't get to go. Yeah, I think we're fine, though.
Stand still.
The dice have been cast.
Because we're just going to break him right here anyway.
Or maybe I'll take it all.
Did that hurt?
Another journey begins. On still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
May as well kill them all.
Oh, darn it. I didn't hit it fast enough. It's my own fault.
Good times. Never.
I should have just been spamming it. Or if I don't want to miss it, I should just play a normal speed instead of double speed, but
Free will.
nobody's got time for that.
Destined for oblivion.
Sure, I'll play along.
Relax. This is what exploring the cosmos is all about.
Tick-tock. Okie dokes. I would complain that some of these puzzles are way too easy, but not only does your average player have to be able to do them, like 12-year-olds have to be able to do them. So it's like, okay, it's fine.
Why aren't you talking? You've piqued my interest.
It's like the reason why I've never complained that puzzles in Pokemon were too easy is like, it's designed for 10-year-olds.
Oh, you sound sincere this time, at least.
Not gonna complain. Not a 30-something-year-old man has an easy time with a puzzle designed for kids, you know. That'd be stupid.
I'll know everything about you before you reach the exit. Our quaint journey through this amusement park still isn't over, and I wouldn't mind stretching this out at all.
Though I will say sometimes, as an adult, doing puzzles that are meant for kids, sometimes you take extra time because you're overthinking the puzzle, and you just need to take a step back and be like, no, 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 simplify it. How would a kid solve this problem? I do think... Is it later? One of these ends up going somewhere else later. I don't remember if it's this to this, or maybe it's the other way around. I think it's coming from the other side. You end up going the other way. I don't remember. But it's definitely not something we do until the way back, when there are people here. Yeah, many times you're looking for a complex solution, and it's simple. Yeah, always. Because you have to remind yourself, this is not made for high-end thinking.
Taller than the tallest rocks in the desert. There are so many flowers here. Vixis, this one's for you.
Can the Trotter be here yet? No, I think the Trotter's not here till we come back. Because normally it would be like right here, if it spawns. I do hear a bird though. Is it in here? Yes. I hear a chest. Maybe it's on the other side of the wall.
A dead end? Oh, is this the wrong way?
Hey, Shackles.
Is this? Oh, what's on your mind? It's got nothing to do with you. Do you need a hint? These are manacles on you. That man gave you your first job. You made your first pot of gold. I remember it all too well. You wrapped that iron chain around your fist, for that is the only tool you could find. Then, in that maze,
I know it's stylish and it's fashion, and it might just be me because I'm weird. But I don't think I could be comfortable in gloves like that. Like, if the glove didn't come all the way to the wrist, I think it would bother me. Like, I would just be acutely aware of its placement at all times. It's like, I've always hated ankle socks, like the ones that go beneath the ankle. It could not bother me. I'm just aware of where the actual hemline is on the sock. And I need something that at least comes up past the ankles. I think gloves would bother me the same way too. And it's weird. It has to do with the joint of the ankle and the wrist, because I could wear fingerless gloves and that doesn't bother me. But even then, fingerless gloves tend to be centered around a joint, so that's probably why.
It's not like this is the only place the family ever cut corners. Could have had tons of action if you weren't so all or nothing. All it takes is a meager sacrifice.
I know, I hate things that stop in weird spots.
Pity you're not him. Well, you wouldn't be in this state if you could just get with the program. And why couldn't you? Out of professional integrity.
First, I'm not really much of a sock guy anyway. I'd rather walk outside barefoot. They don't let you in stores that way.
But it's not that I don't know about them. It's more like I couldn't care less. Get it? What fun is it if the fight isn't fair? Fair? You assume your opponents would fight fair in the first place.
Well, she gave me an answer that could turn everything upside down. Everything? You mean it could make all the cards on the table just disappear?
Yeah?
That's cheating.
Though I don't know if it's as effective as the quote-unquote pocket nuke that she has.
Would they bloom into new flowers?
Or is this a spot? I thought we've been here before, but this is where the trotter usually spawns. In the circle.
Your expression right now is hard to put into
I think I might have had the wrong circle before.
The lucky charm Mama left you is made from gold. Why did you never consider selling it?
But I still don't think the trotter spawns during this event. Like, we have to come back here as the MC.
That was the better choice. Mama only left us with 2 pieces of jewelry. A necklace and a lucky charm. There won't ever
Get this
be
check-in.
peace. That's what you always say, but you actually regret it, don't you? That you didn't sell them. You can zip it if there's nothing to talk about. I know. You must remember what Big Sis told you. You're a child.
Today's .jade, that is tomorrow.
And can lead the clan to happiness. So always remember to protect yourself and never resent the pain and poverty you're going through. The words still ring in your ears, don't they? You're a good kid, so you definitely won't have forgotten.
I do all the external stuff. Like the Hoyo Lab daily check-in, if there's a web event. I know some people find it unnecessary and boring, but I'm cheap. And I'll take all the free extra jade for pulls as I possibly can. Even if it takes me a little extra effort.
A lifelong regret, indeed.
Don't judge me. Or you can, I don't care.
Do you not have anything better to talk about? Oh, shut me down like a champ. Well, I guess when it comes to mind games, this isn't exactly your first rodeo. I think I finally get you. Woo! You are nuts! In the end, I'll ruin this beautiful dream and create the grandest death. I'm stuck to that start to finish. Think about it. There's a Stellaron in play, the fabulous Robin loses her voice, 2 unsolved murders, cryptic messages from a masked fool, and a chance to go head-to-head with Sunday himself. The only thing to pique your interest is one word. The last word. A word that's right there at your fingertips. Death. But whose exactly? We'll know when the dice falls. All right then. Reserve a seat for me in the audience. I'm curious to see just how capable you are. Still, you never answered my question.
I think it's 11 o'clock. I don't know how much further we're getting. But no matter where we are, I'm probably stopping at noon. Because I've been up all night and have not slept. Because this is my sleep schedule. It is different than normal people. I accept that. But it's when I get the most work done. And when I'm done with it, this is a nice streaming slot. So if we make it to Aventurine or not, we're stopping at noon. Here's the chest I kept hearing. It's over here. Dead end.
Finally, made it out of this place.
We're going home? But I don't want to go back yet.
Your night owl too. Can't be these days because of crop season. Yeah, that's also understandable. Maybe was this the spot with the other direction? This might have been it. I know one of these actually has like, there's a secret terrace that you can go to. And there's a chest there, but and I think you can get the chest at any time. There's just no point in going there until the people are there because you wouldn't just knock out both of those things at the same time. No, okay, it was the right way. There we go.
It's so fun here. I want to stay here forever.
I think being a night owl works though, when you're somebody who most of what you do for money is creative work. Mostly just because less people bother you at night. Let's see. There we go. That one goes there. Which means that goes there. And that goes there. Okay, you were in the camera. Okay. Oh my god. Come on, give me the yank. I also missed that. Pop. Okay, that's locked, which, oh, we have to be Hanu, don't we? Yeah. Is there anything over here first? No. Oh, wait. Yeah, you need to be Hanu so you can fit back there. I swear I heard a chest. Okay. Wait till that guy turns around. Sprint.
There's only one place he...
Haha. We finally get the rocket launcher. Well, actually, I think there was an area earlier where we could have had the rocket launcher. I just decided not to do it because I didn't want to do Hano. Okay. Yes. I think until they added the rocket launcher, I just really didn't like doing the Hanu stuff. Like, you know, it's a puzzle like everything else. It's just... It's kind of a boring puzzle. It's a forced stealth mission.
I hear the sound of leather shoes.
And I'm fine with, like, stealth games. I just never liked forced stealth missions. They can be fine, though. Ugh. Gonna make me turn back into the guide. Like, I didn't mind the Yiga hideout in Breath of the Wild. Actually, I normally don't mind the forced stealth missions in Zelda specifically. But I do think, like, if I want to do stealth, I'm just going to go play a Splinter Cell or... Oh, here we go. Or like a Metal Gear game or something like that. I don't think I just want to insert it into another game that I'm already playing. I remember very early on, because they were trying to be Zelda so hard, Genshin had like a forced stealth mission, and you're trying to get the lyre for Venti. And I just kind of cheesed it. And brute forced my way past everybody. I think that should be upside down, right? No. It looks like it's supposed to be there. I don't know. We'll pick up something else. Oh, you like the Korean and Japanese voices? I kind of like most of the voices. I think they've done a good job in pretty much every region finding appropriate voice actors for their roles. Though some of the voices do vary dramatically, which can... Oh no, I think that was already right. Alter your perception of a character a lot, right? So you definitely... kind of... The term, you kind of interpret different characters dramatically different depending on which language you're listening to. Some of them are pretty consistent across, though. Like, even though Kafka has a, I think, smokier and deeper voice in English in this game, because the same thing applies to Star Rail as it would in Genshin, I think they still capture the same spirit of the character, and that's the most important part. Just as a singular example. I'm trying to think about one in Genshin that kind of does that. And I think capturing the spirit of the voice is, and the character is probably more important than like perfectly matching the tone. There's something over here I want first.
Stream 4. Gleam of old blades.
Yes, chest. In fact, speaking of Raiden Mei, I think Raiden Shogun's different voices fall in that category. There's some that are slightly different, but they still capture the same spirit. There's an elite. This guy would go down a lot easier with Sampo, but I think we're just gonna try this anyway. I think we should be fine. Because I think with his fire, even if he hits us, just having a Venturing Shield is going to stop us from taking any damage anyway, so it doesn't really matter. He is kind of like the best sustained character in the game right now. Yeah, we barely took anything there.
Spend freely.
I'll go easy this time.
Oh, no, no, no. I didn't press it fast enough. Darn it. I hate those guys. Because they take your energy away.
Free will, or was it still waters of oblivion? I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Hedge your bets.
Relax.
Let's see. I think I should be able to do it now, though.
Another journey begins.
Can you find the answer?
Destined for oblivion.
Sure, I'll play along.
Hmm.
It's on me. The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Let's play for a while.
I really like the fact that his shield just like stacks on itself. That's the coolest mechanic in the game right now. Because shields are fun. But shields don't normally stack. They kind of just like override each other. And the fact that his shields particularly can stack is great.
Destined for oblivion.
Hedge your bets.
Stand still.
Idea. I'm going to run out of skill points. I'm not going to get him back. But if I basic attack with Kafka, I'm going to get her ult. Which might solve some of our problems here. Let's see.
Good times. Never time to say bye. Boom.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that did everything I needed it to do.
Watch your head. Still waters of oblivion. Relax.
Yeah, okay.
Let's play. Can you find the answer?
Say bye to breathing.
You're probably dead right here anyway.
This is what exploring the cosmos is all about.
It really is you.
What's that put us at? Okay, let's do another one. Gamba Gamba. As they come. Now, I don't even think we're going to get lucky enough or come close to Aventurine. And I am really hoping that I just lose a 50-50 for once, because the longer and longer that this account goes without losing a 50-50, the more scared I get, because I do believe it's just stealing all my luck from my other accounts. There's no way that's physically possible, but I'm superstitious. I'm building up inside of me.
We have to say goodbye. Did you have fun?
Because before I started playing this account, I was also regularly getting E1 on like every character that dropped. And then I stopped.
Yes. I should go home.
So while it's just a superstition, so far I believe it.
I don't want to worry the others.
You're home. Where is it?
What a strange question. It's where Papa, Mama, and Big Sis are. In this dream. This amusement park. This beautiful dream. They really are peaceful. Everyone loves it. But, mister, why don't you like it?
Because it's not real.
Where are they then? I don't know. You do know. But there's no point pressing the issue. Admit it. You're tired. We all
I'm tired, I'll tell you that.
chose to stay here. Me and him. Your past.
You find a good mozzarella stick recipe. Last one you tried was disgusting. I mean, most of the recipe is just the breading, right? Because the goal is to just have a really good breading so the cheese cooks enough to melt on the inside, but not so much that it melts through the breading. But also the taste of the breading has to be good too.
The road less traveled is less traveled for a reason. You've never gone in any other direction. Your own life is the chip you're most eager to lay down. Always has been. You don't care.
I would figure, just based on my experience going to Italian restaurants, it'd probably be whatever type of breading is also used on the fried calamari. They seem to usually have the same consistency. Not the calamari and the mozzarella, the breading around it. That'd be weird if those had the same consistency. Can you imagine squid that had the consistency of cheese? Or yeah, that'd be weird. I'm thinking of a cheese squid. That would be a fun enemy. Would have to design a cheese squid now. That would be fun. That'd be something you'd only see in a dream. When I was a little kid, at drawing comics, like the first comics I made, one of the recurring enemies in it was literally just a giant one-eyed squid named Calamari. And oh, it was the dumbest name, simplest name. Of course, like a little kid would come up with that. But the only weird thing about it is instead of on one of its arms, right, one of the actual tentacles that has like the hand at the end, instead of the normal squid hand, it had a mechanical drill. That was it. It's the only difference on one hand. And he could talk. Really dumb enemy, but I still love it to this day because it's such a stupid thing that a kid would come up with that there's some like innocence and greatness about it. I think people should definitely embrace their inner child when it comes to stupid villains. Then you get the kind of stuff that shows up in like Paper Mario. And when you really reflect on it, it's like it's dumb, but you remember it forever.
Well, don't get soft on me now. What, did you suddenly grow a conscience?